cannot report expenditure with a different rate and also revenue with another rate. And that was why that has to come under one single rate. All of this reform, Mr. President, was aimed at trying to put a stop to the bleeding which over the years we have been experiencing as a country. Sir, not only the $500 billion that have been passed, also $800 million safety net has been passed. And all of these are meant for palliative. And I know on record that the government is not resting. They are working around the clock. Some states have started taking up initiative in trying to ameliorate the suffering of Nigerians. For instance, in my state, additional 10,000 naira has been given to civil servants aside of their salary as a way of alleviating the suffering. So all of these initiatives have commenced. And on the part of the federal government, they are putting together a holistic palliative measures to address the challenges currently faced by Nigeria. And if we're all aware, the last couple of days since the inception of this administration has been a thorough engagement with the Nigerian Labour Congress and all other people that are involved. And I know that whatever the challenges are, they are trying to be very careful. But Senator Dixon have told us here that it would not be a bad idea if the leadership of the National Assembly engage the presidency and also the organized labor. We should find out what is the current situation of things that is leading to this impending strike that is about to be unleashed on Nigerians. We should look at what is really happening and see how we can come in and intervene between the presidency and the organized labor. But we are telling you, sir, that we are not leaving any stone unturned on our own part, and that is why we passed the supplementary budget with a jet speed. And also, on the part of the executive, they are working around the clock to ensure that they have an holistic palliative measure to address this. So we want to appeal to the Nigerian Labour Congress to please to give us more time, give the government more time so that they can address this issue once and for all. And I know the issue of minimum wage is in the front burner as well, because the wages, the current wage, cannot in any way take Nigerian workers to any level, considering all this economic pressure that has been put in place. So I think the government is asking for more time, and they should allow peace to reign. And I can tell you, sir, with your intervention, with the intervention of the executive, we can avert the strike. I will be urging you and the leadership of this Senate to go in this direction. Wednesday is the day that has been set. So from today, tomorrow, I think there should be a meeting to address or to take on this Nigerian Labour Congress so that we see ways and manner by which we can avert this strike. So, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, I want to thank the mover of this motion. It is timely and it is necessary that we intervene from this angle so that we can call on the Nigerian Labour Congress to at least give more time for us to address all this issue. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you. Distinguished Senator, I think the motion is very straightforward. And we have a lot on our table today. So let's get straight to the... Who is raising point of order? Distinguished Senator, please, can you use your mic?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Order 54.1 says the Rules and Business Committee shall allocate time to all sequence of speeches, motions, or bills coming before the Senate. Paragraph 3 says, the President of the Senate shall allocate 1/2 of such time to be given to debate in favor of the majority party and 1/2 to debate in opposition. Mr. President, when a motion is moved, I think those who oppose the motion should also be given equal opportunity to weigh their views. What I'm saying, in essence, is that when motions like this move, some of us, from personally...
Are you arguing the point of order? Distinguished Senator, and learned colleague, your point of order is noted. The distinguished colleagues, if you notice from the table here, we normally give more than enough time to both sides to speak. In fact, sometimes I think I even give more time to my colleagues in the opposition because I like to hear their views. You notice that? I give more time. So if distinguished Senator Ezia, am I right?
Mr. President, sir, I think the point the single senator is making is not about opposition party. People who are opposed to the motion should be given opportunity to hear their views. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I think it's noted, but however, I don't think there was anybody that was opposed to the motion. So we go straight to the prayer. The singular prayer here is to mandate the leadership of the Senate to interface between the Nigerian Labour Congress and the federal government in order to avert the intending strike of the NLC. Those who are in support of this prayer say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. Let me thank distinguished Senator Kau for bringing this motion, and I assure you that outside the various palliatives are already in place and being worked on by the federal government, I'm sure there are other areas that the federal government would like to touch in order to ensure that the generality of the public is well serviced. I also want to urge the local governments and also the state governments to also look into areas of ameliorating the sufferings of the people, because it's not only a function of federal government alone. The state governments are getting their monthly allocations and all that, and the local governments are getting something. So it's important to look at whatever you can do to cushion the effects of the removal of the fuel subsidy. The one thing that not just the Senate, but the generality of Nigerians, including the organized labor itself, agrees, is that it was imperative that the fuel subsidy should go. We cannot continue to use 98% of our monthly revenue to service subsidy. And it's very, very clear that it wasn't just subsidy for Nigerians in terms of consumption of PMS and other products. We're subsidizing the entire neighboring countries. So we must commend Mr. President, and we will do everything possible to appeal to the Nigerian Labour Congress to avert the strike so that we can continue the negotiations, and then also we need enough time to put in place things that will cushion the effects. And coming from the civil Senator Ismail Akau of the NNPP before, because once you enter here, you are a Senator of the Federal Republic. I must say that it shows clearly that the Nigerian Senate is a Senate that cares for the people across political lines. And we are here as patrons. So I thank you so much. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President of Senate, to introduce the second order of the day, I'll be invoking section 12(1) and section 1A of the Senate rules to move a motion, Mr. Senate President, requesting the Senate to consider the request of Mr. President CNC for the confirmation of the nomination of the following persons as attached for the appointment as ministers of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in accordance with Section 147, subsection 2 of the 1999 Constitution.
Yes, the distinguished Senator, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to second the motion ably moved by Leader of the Senate that we invoke Section 12(1) and 1A to allow visitors and strangers to come into the hallowed chambers of the Senate so that we can do the needful on the list of ministers that have been sent to the Senate for confirmation. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that we do allow strangers to enter the hallowed chambers of the Nigerian Senate for the purpose of screening of the ministerial nominees sent in by Mr. President. Those who are in support of the motion say aye, and those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Binos Daudeyaro. I represent Adamawa South. I am referring to Section 147 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. With your permission, I would like to read. There shall be such offices of ministers of the government of the Federation as may be established by the President. Subsection 2. Any appointment to the office of Minister of the Government of the Federation shall, if the nomination of any person to such office is confirmed by the Senate, be made by the President, provided that the ministerial nominee shall be confirmed by the Senate unless evidence of declaration of assets and liabilities of the nominee as prescribed in this Constitution is presented. Subsection 3. Any appointment under subsection 2 of this section by the President shall be in conformity with the provision of Section 14, subsection 3 of this Constitution, provided that in giving effect to the provisions of aforesaid, the President shall appoint at least one minister from each state who shall be an indigene of such state. I move to subsection 7. Notwithstanding the provision of subsection 2 of this section, the nomination of any person to the office of a minister for confirmation by the Senate shall be done within 60 days after the date the President has taken the oath of office, provided that the President may appoint a minister at any other time during his tenure, and such appointment shall be subject to confirmation by the Senate. Mr. President, the presentation that we received on Thursday, 27th, is in contravention of the Constitution because Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief did not submit nominees from all the states of the Federation. And if we go ahead, we'll also be condoning that contravention of the Constitution. That's my submission, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleagues, I just noted what you raised, but if you read the Constitution very well, it says that the President shall forward a nominee. Read it again. The amended section, please.
Mr. President, I'm particular about subsection 3. Any appointment under subsection 2 of this section by the President shall be in conformity with the provision of section 14(3) of this Constitution, provided that in giving effect to the provisions aforesaid, the President shall appoint shall appoint, underlining the shall appoint at least one minister from each state.
No, that's what I'm talking about. The timing. Read the section that says that the President should forward ministers within a certain time.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is subsection 7. Notwithstanding the provision of subsection 2 of this section, the nomination of any person to the office of a minister for confirmation by the Senate shall be done within 60 days after the date the President has taken the oath of office.
In other words, a minister, and here we have 28 ministers already here, and more are still coming before we conclude our. There's no time for us to conclude the screening, but the President must bring the ministers. So within 60 days, he has brought over 28 ministers, and more names are coming, and we've started the process. So we are within the constitutional framework. So your observation is noted. Yes. Leader of the Senate, I'm still expecting that more resumes are being distributed, and you are glancing through them.
Mr. President of Senate, Mr. President of the Senate, let me claim your indulgence to continue with the motion, sir, which was not fully concluded. So in continuation, the attached list are Senator Abubakar S. Kyari, Borno State, Abubakar E. Momoh, Edo State, Nyesom Wike, Rivers State, Engineer Professor Joseph Utsev, Benue State, Senator John Ohanenye, Cross River State, Honorable Barrister Bello Mohammed, Sokoto State, His Excellency Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, Jigawa State, Ambassador Yusuf Maitama, Tuggar, Bauchi State, Senator Abubakar Sani, Danladi, Taraba State, Barrister Uju Kennedy, Ohanenye, Anambra State, Honorable Dr. Olubunmi, Tunji-Ojo, Ondo State, Dr. Betta Edu, Cross River State, Imam Sulaiman-Ibrahim, Nasarawa State, Architect Ahmed Musa, Dangiwa, Katsina State, Chief Uche Geoffrey Naji, Enugu State, Stella E. Oko Tete, Delta State. Mr. President of the Senate, distinguished colleagues, in order to carry out this exercise in conformity with our standing orders, Section 12(1), and also Sections 1A and B, floor privileges, we move a motion that the Senate do admit the special advisor to the President on National Assembly matters, the nominees, non-serving senators, and other government officials into the Senate chamber. I here move.
The Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion moved by Leader of the Senate. I so second.
The motion has been moved and seconded. Distinguished colleagues, those who are in support of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The Sergeant at Arms may now proceed to bring in strangers into the chambers. Leader of the Senate. Use your mic.
Mr. President of Senate, may I move a motion for the Senate to resolve into a committee of the whole to conduct the confirmation hearings? I hereby move.
The Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second the motion moved by Leader of the Senate that the Senate resolve to Committee of the Whole to continue proceedings. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, a motion has been moved and seconded that this Senate do resolve into Committee of the Whole to consider the nominees sent in by Mr. President one at a time. Those in support of this say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
And the screenings are about to begin right here at the Senate chambers in the National Assembly here in Abuja. The Senate has just resolved to dissolve into the Committee of the Whole to begin the screening of the nominees. And of course, they have also opened up the doors so that who they are describing as strangers can come into the National Assembly, into the Senate chambers right now. And the screening exercise for the ministerial nominees that were sent in by President Bola Tinubu last week is about to begin.
Distinguished colleagues,
And there we can see a few of the nominees for the ministerial positions making their way into the Senate chambers and about to begin this rigorous screening exercise. Remember, there is a tradition here in the Senate where some people who were former senators are being asked to walk and some will be grilled. So we'll be watching to see how that plays out. But the screening exercise beginning with the entry of some of the ministerial nominees into the Senate chambers right here at the National Assembly in Abuja.
Distinguished colleagues, the commencement of the screening of the nominees is not in any particular order. It's actually on the basis of readiness. Because of the short period of notice, many of them needed to conclude with a code of conduct and also get their CVs sent in to distinguished senators. So we'll start with those who are ready now, so we can move fast, but we shall eventually finish all. The first nominee before us is from Edo State, and his name is Abubakar Momoh. Leader of the Senate. Okay. Abubakar Eshokwe Momoh. You give us a brief of yourself, but in a summarized version, because we want to take from the time you were born to today. We will not be able to take another person. So just summarize and give us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of Senate, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Your Excellency, the distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My name is Abubakar Momoh. I am from Edo State, from Esako, in the South-South geopolitical region. My CV, I guess, is already with these distinguished members, and I believe it speaks for itself. I was a member of the National Assembly in the 5th Assembly, that is the House of Representatives, and the 7th Assembly. But before then, I was in the State Assembly at the commencement of this political dispensation in 1999. But prior to that, I was also an elected council chairman in the days of Babangida and Abacha's regime. And I was also elected into the council as council at various times. And in all of these positions I held, I was able to do the best for my people. And I think that is the main reason why, of course, from time to time, they've always given me the privilege of representing them. And today, I'm here before you, very much honored, as one of the ministerial nominees. First, I'm a graduate of the University of Benin, where I read engineering, and also master's degree in University of Lagos. I also have a master in public administration from Abruzali University. And I have no doubt in mind that if you claim me as a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will bring in my wealth of experience to bear on the governance of this nation. And I will also work hand in hand with my colleagues in the executive to make sure that the policy of government and the policy of our president are executed in the way and manner that he wants them. With this, my leader and my president, I want to rest my case, except there are a few things that need to be asked. But before then, I think I worked in various places. I started my life as a teacher, and before I went to the university and the rest of them. So I think if I'm given the opportunity, I've no doubt in mind that we do our best to bring our weight of experience to bear in the governance of this nation. And I think quite a number of persons I've seen in this very hall will bear witness to the character of person I am. Because when I look around, I can see not less than 20, 30 people that we have worked together before, either in the 5th or in the 7th House of Representatives. So once again, Mr. President, Your Excellency, I thank you for this very opportunity you have given to me to address the Senate. Thank you very much.
So you were in the 5th and 7th assemblies in the House of Representatives. And then suddenly you saw some of your colleagues here who jumped into the Senate. Distinguished colleagues, let me just make one point. Your appearance in the Senate is not is for screening purpose. We shall have a day to evaluate and assess you based on your resume, security details, the nature of petitions against you, and of course, your general conduct over the years before we go into the issue of confirmation of the nomination. So appearing before us and going is not a sign that the Senate has confirmed you. I think it's important you pass it to your colleagues that we have a job to do. We have our own procedures. And then for my distinguished brothers and sisters, we have a tradition in the Senate where any former member of the House of Representatives or any former member of this, any, not speaker, please, any former senator or any non-serving senator and any former member of the House of Representatives by our rule is deemed to be qualified to be a minister by our rule, unless there are other issues of character, other issues of petitions or something. So we may not necessarily go into too much questioning, but I know that if they don't ask you a question about what you are bringing to the table, you may not be very happy when you leave here, because you seem to be brimming with a lot of ideas of what you will bring to the table based on the peculiar circumstances of today. So is there anybody that has any question for him? Not necessarily a question, that wants to make a comment? Huh? No. Okay, Senator Garba. Senator Garba. Those are. Okay, from my side, is there anything you think outside the normal duties of a minister that you think by way of an initiative that you think you bring to bear in the next administration, if confirmed by the Senate?
Thank you, the President of Senate. Like I've said, I've worked in different places, and coming to the national level in the federal executive, you know, I'm also representing a political party. And I have no doubt in mind that the party has its own programs and policies, and has its own policies and programs. And those are the policies and programs such that if I'm clear today, that I will work upon to make sure that the administration of this current regime move fast. And in terms of what I bring on board, it all depends upon the ministry in which I'm going to serve. Whichever ministry I think I find myself today, I think I'll do my best. If you check my CV, apart from my educational background, I'm a professional engineer. I'm a registered member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. and a current register. So I think, Mr. President, sir, I'm sufficiently equipped to face any challenge as far as any of the ministry is concerned when they're elected. As long as the party has its own policy and its programs, I will face those policies and programs and execute them to the best of my ability.
I must thank you because you just mentioned an additional information that you are a current member, registered member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, and also outside the fact that you are very ably qualified in terms of your pedigree as a former member of the House of Representatives. Can you take a bow?
No. Go ahead, you are the chairman, President and I'm not presiding now.
Point of Momoh, you are the first. Can I finish with Momoh? Momoh, you are the first person that we are screening today. You know, we want to appeal to you that when you go there, do not be a different person. You've been here, and you know everything about this place. And you know that we mean well for Nigerians. Don't go there and close your door, and then you don't relate with the legislature. You only come here when it is time for budget. I don't know whether you understand the point. You there has to be, you have to work collaboratively with us. So you can bow and go.
Mr. Senate President, my order is Senate Rules Order 8, subsection 3, and this was the time frame within which this Senate can sit. And therefore, may I invoke Order 8.3 to move that the Senate do extend the sitting period today till the business of the day is over. I here move.
I wish to second the motion moved by Leader of the Senate that the Senate do extend the time based on what we have at hand so that we can continue beyond 2 p.m. I saw second.
Distinguished colleagues, even though the Senate ought to have gone on its parliamentary recess on Thursday last week, you graciously accepted, out of patriotism and nationalism, to extend the period of sittings to cover this screening exercise, which I commend you. The Nigerian public commends you for your show of patriotism. Now we are faced with the issue of time. Those who are in support of the motion moved that this Senate do extend the time beyond 2 o'clock, say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Leader. Next person.
And there we have seen the very first person to be screened, Mr. Abubakar Momoh from Edo State, an engineer by trade, and lots of things have been said to him and by him at today's event. Making his way right now for the screening exercise is the former governor of Rivers State, Mr. Nyesom Wike.
So let me welcome the esteemed nominee, His Excellency, former governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, to the hallowed chambers of the Senate for a screening. We just want you to give us a brief resume of yourself and anything you think the Nigerian public does not know yet, which you want to reveal. So the floor is yours.
Mr. Senate President, Deputy Senate President, and Principal Officers of these hallowed chambers, distinguished senators, Mr. Senate President, with the kind permission, can I especially recognize my senators, my three senators, Senator Barinadan Piggy, Senator Dr. Ipalibo Harry Banigo, Senator Oluwel Onyesu. Thank you for that privilege. Mr. Senate President, my name is Nyesom Wike. I'm from Obiabo local government of Rivers State. I've had my education in Rivers State from primary school to secondary school. I went to University of Port Harcourt. I had my first degree in political science and administrative studies. Thereafter, I went and served my National Youth Service in then Gongola State, now Adamawa and Taraba State. I came back, proceeded straight to Rivers State University, where I had my LLB law, and then proceeded to Nigerian Law School when it was in Lagos, and then was called to the bar. After my call to the bar, I had a brief stint in practice with E.C. Okala and co-senior advocate of Nigeria. Thereafter, I came to the fore of politics and then contested for the chairmanship position of Obiabo local government in 1999. I won as chairman and then as a second-time chairman. Of course, Nigerians know the importance of Obiabo local government as far as this country is concerned. Thereafter, I became the national president of Association of Local Governments in Nigeria, and I represented Africa in Commonwealth of Local Government. After that, I became the chief of staff to the government of Rivers State in 2007. Thereafter, I became a minister of state education and then became the supervisory minister of education. In 2014, I resigned and went to run for the governorship of Rivers State. I became the governor of Rivers State in 2015. Again, I recontested in 2019 and won. To the glory of God, I served at my tenure, May 29, 2023. As governor, it's on record in this country. Everybody will attest the fact that I changed the landscape of Port Harcourt. It's on record. In 4 years, I constructed 12 flyovers in 4 years. Not by any contractor, but Jealous Beggar Nigeria Limited. One of you, Mr. President, will attest to the fact that you have even come to Rivers State to commission projects. Eminent Nigerians in both, it does not matter which affiliation, whether you're a politician, whether you're not a politician, whether you belong to Party A or you belong to Party B, all have come to Rivers State to commission projects. And I can tell you, what is important, there's no thing like magic. What is important is what passion do you have? What commitment do you love your people? And I can say, as a governor, then, in my 4 years, in the second tenure, I've never left my state and slept outside my state. I've made sure
that are in my state to take the challenges, to solve the problems of my people. And that's why when I was living like a hero. They escorted me home, where women brought out their wrappers and laid on the ground and said, "March on the wrapper, welcome our son. You have done very, very well." Till 27th of May, while I was living 27th of May, Mr. Senate President, I was commissioning our flagging off project. This thing can be achieved if you are committed, if you have passion for the job. There are so many people who want to be minister, who want to be governor, for the sake that I was a governor, for the sake that I was a minister. But there are those who say, look, what do I want to offer? Am I committed to this job? And I thank Mr. President for nominating me. I believe, knowing how hungry Mr. President is to solving the problems of Nigeria, we have no choice but to give him that required support. And I can assure you, if I'm confirmed, in whatever capacity, Mr. President will not regret nominating me. Thank you, and God bless you.
Distinguished colleagues, before you is a man that needs no introduction. His Excellency, Governor Emeritus Nyesom Wike. Even as he was speaking, you could see the passion. You could see the love that he has for this country. Your Excellency, I was one of those who commissioned projects during your tenure when you were governor. So we welcome you, but this is the Nigerian Senate. And one of the things that the public worries about is that sometimes we play more politics with our voices. But when we get into office, we close the door against Nigerians. Will you be open? Will you have an open door policy so that all Nigerians can access you, even the poor, those with problems? Will you also be in a position to allow proper oversight of whichever ministry is given to you by legislators? Because those are the things that concern us. Being accessible to the people that you are meant to serve, and also allowing proper oversight for accountability. Deputy Senate President, do you have a question for this nominee? Otherwise, we tell him to take a bow and go.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, my name is Badaru, I represent the North in this Hallowed Chambers. Mr. President, when I visited River State some time back, when the president of this country went there to commission some roads and other projects, I saw what the nominee did in Rivers, the legacy projects he executed. In fact, I was thinking that I missed my way. I thought I was not even in River State. I thought I was out of the country because of several overhead bridges I saw and the wonderful projects he executed in the areas of education, health care delivery system, and judiciary, and several other areas. So I'm beginning to see that if you have this kind of person as governor in several states in this country will change. So my question is this: the wonderful work you did in Rivers, are you going to replicate that in any ministry that you find yourself when after you've been cleared to be a minister in this country. Are you going to replicate that? Are you going to do the same thing you do with the passion, the zeal you execute, that you put forward in executing those projects? Are you going to replicate that kind of scenario? That's my question.
Mike, it will be unfair if the people of Rivers State are here and they see him and they don't lend a voice. So let me first invite distinguished Senator Mbigi. Here is the nominee of Mr. President, but from Rivers State. The Rivers State caucus, do you have any objection?
Thank you, Mr. President. I remain Mpigi Barinada. Mr. President, I stand here on behalf of the 3 senators from Rivers State. That the man standing before you is our best from Rivers State. We are here. Let me not just over-exaggerate, but I want to say he's our role model. I want to say all what he has said and what he has enumerated in his CV, and some he has not put it in. The 3 senators from Rivers State and over 5 million Rivers people back at home, we are saying we are in total conformity with our leader. And I want all my distinguished colleagues to just ask our leader to take a bow, if possible, and go. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Mbigi, when you were speaking, I had goose pimples. Because you mentioned that over 5 million people in Rivers State are with this nominee. And you confirmed that his resume, the content are insufficient to enumerate the achievements of the nominee. I don't think there's anybody here who is opposed to this nominee. Your Excellency, can you take a bow?
And the second person to be screened just took a bow. That is the former governor of Rivers State, Mr. Nyesom Wike. The second person to be screened at this ministerial screening. And the third person is about to be announced.
Utsev.
About to be screened right now by the senators here at the Senate chambers is Professor Joseph Utsev, the nominee from Benue State. He's been brought into the holding area in the front of the makeshift chamber, and he'll be making his way into the council chambers real soon, just so the screening can commence.
Sergeant at Arms. Senator Abaribe. Senator Abaribe. Senator Abaribe. If there is a delay, if the person is from Abia, please climb the stage so we can finish. Prof. Joseph Utsev, can you just give the Senate a brief resume of yourself, and then thereafter, senators have a right to ask you questions.
The President of the Senate, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, the Deputy Senate President, Senator Ibrahim Jibril Barau, all other principal officers present, senators from my dear Benue State, Senator Dr. Titus Tatengizam, Senator Emmanuel Udendi, and Senator Abba Maru. Other distinguished senators here present. Mr. President, sir, I wish to begin by thanking the Almighty God for this opportunity to be here in this great chamber to appear before you as a ministerial nominee. I also thank the Almighty God for the privilege and the opportunity given to me to appear before you people. I also thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who finds me worthy and nominated me to appear before you and to serve in his cabinet. Distinguished senators, I am very, very honored to appear before you for the screening as a ministerial nominee. My name is Engineer Professor Joseph Telumun Utsev. I was born into the family of Utsevaka from Buruku local government area of Benue State in 1982. In 1980, I went to St. John's Primary School, Boko. I also furthered my education at Sekwa Comprehensive Secondary School at Dikpo. I got where I came out with senior certificates in a certificate. I furthered my education at University of Agriculture, Makurdi, in the Department of Civil Engineering, which I graduated with a second class upper as the best graduate student. I did my NYC in Kaduna with Kaduna State Development and Property Company in 2006. After completion, I was retained as a graduate assistant in the Department of Civil Engineering in the same university, University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Benue State. I furthered my education at University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in 2007, where I came out with Masters of Engineering in Water Resources and Environmental Engineering, graduated in 2007. I furthered my education in the same university in 2009 and graduated in 2011 with a PhD in Water Resources and Environmental Engineering. In 2013, I was appointed Deputy Director, Center for Entrepreneurship in the same university, and I was confirmed Full Director 2014 as Director, Center for Entrepreneurship in the same university from 2014 to 2017. In 2017, I was appointed Honorable Commissioner for Water Resources and Environment in Benue State from 2017 to 2018. I returned back to the university where I've been lecturing and supervising undergraduate and postgraduate projects. In the year 2020, I was appointed by the former president of Nigeria, President Muhammad Buhari, as Executive Director Engineering at Lower Benue River Basin, Makurdi. I was there 2020. In the year 2021, I was also appointed the Pioneer Rector of Federal Polytechnic, Wanuni, Benue State, where I've been till now. In the Polytechnic, it was a new Polytechnic which we work to bring up structures. And as I am speaking now, we have started session and lectures have earnestly commenced. That is where I am at the moment. I greet this distinguished tenure for listening. Thank you all.
Distinguished colleagues, I must emphasize that the last nominee we screened, the reason why we did not need to ask too many questions is because we already have his record in the Senate. He had appeared before the Senate and was screened and was appointed a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So his record is with us, outside being a governor. So we only asked him to let us know what he had done as governor. So we have that record. But this is a fresh nominee, and it will be important for Nigerians to know more about him. So I don't know. So I'll be roving my hand. I'll go to the left and then to the right. So we start with distinguished Senator Darlington. You want to start first? Well, let Darlington start as the leader. I will. Benue will have a chance.
Thank you, Mr. President of the Senate and their colleagues. My name is Darlington Nyesom. I represent the entire Nigeria, but Abia Central in particular. Mr. Senior President, acting as chair, I want to ask one question to Engineer Professor Joseph Utsev. Professor, I know that we have too many incidences of ocean surge and flood, a whole lot in Nigeria. And from your resume, I can see that you have too many things that have to do with water. Please, I want to find out, have you ever in any way carried out a research that must have provided you with a pilot project on or simulation on how to harvest water for irrigation and some other things, instead of wasting those things, the water, or channeling it into somewhere that will not be used? Do you know about water harvesting for irrigation and things like that?
Distinguished Senator Abiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, sitting in as the chairman of the Senate, my distinguished colleagues. My name is Senator Mukahil Adetokunbo Abiru, and I represent the good people of Lagos East. Professor, first and foremost, I'd like to congratulate you on your nomination, and I also join my colleagues too in congratulating you as well. Now, my own question will be very simple, and it will have to do with your biodata. I just want clarifications around your biodata. Now, on the very first page, page 1, you said you were born on the 2nd of December, 1980. Now, looking further down, you attended St. John's Primary School, Boko. You just wrote 1989. I'm wondering whether you finished primary school in 1989, which will suggest that you either started primary school at the age of 3 or 2 for you to finish in 1989. That's one. 2, you also claim that you went to SEPA Secondary School. You put 1995. That will also suggest, so I don't know with the band whether it was 1989 to 1995. But what is also what will appear a bit distorted for me, which I also need clarification for, is that given your academic excellence, you graduated in 2004, meaning that you probably will have spent almost 9 years for your first degree. I just need you to clarify those data. I hope you understand, starting from primary school to why it took you that long to also get your first degree, despite the academic brilliance that you have exhibited. Thank you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, Prof.
Mr. President of Senate and distinguished senators, the first question is on water harvesting and reuse, whether I have conducted any research on that. Yes. I've conducted several researches on water harvesting and reuse. One, we look at harvesting process of water harvesting. One, we harvest water from rainfall. We harvest water from water that comes, the wastewater that comes out of our homes or different sources, and we treat it for reuse. Why are we doing this? Water is life, and water, we don't encourage wastage of water. So what we now do is that the water that the runoff that comes, that will cause flooding or that will cause nuisance to the environment, to the society, we put it into use by 1, treating it, 2, by reusing it. The water that we harvest from rainfall, give it further treatment. It can either be used in that state for different purposes. For example, if you want to use it for irrigation, you can use it direct without treatment. But if you want to use it for maybe for in case in drinking or cooking, you treat it further to avert that other bacteria or other viruses that will be find themselves in the water. For example, now the wastewater that comes out of our toilets or other waste sources, we treat it, we collect it, we treat it, and we now channel it into irrigation or other purposes like washing of roads. If you go to other Western countries, roads are being washed. We use such water for washing of cars and other things that are not to be, maybe for example now, you cannot use such water for drinking. If you want to use it for drinking, that means you have to subject it to further treatment. We have different levels of treatment. We have the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary level of treatment. So if you, for economy purpose, if you want to use reuse water that comes out of your waste sources, you just suggest it to primary treatment. Primary treatment is where you maybe through filtration and a little touch of bacterial removers, then you use it for irrigation, because some of the bacteria that are there that are helpful for our crops. So we suggest it to only primary treatment so that we can reuse it. But for example, now if we want to use this water for drinking or other purposes, you have to suggest it for further treatment. So that is what we have been doing over time. So there are several researches that we have conducted. I think my CVs is there. If you can look at it, you can see some of the researches that we have conducted. Then the second question that talks about my biodata. Yes, I went to primary school in the year 1984. The year 1989 was when I got my first living certificate. And the last listing is the years. Pardon? I started in 1984, 1984, 1985, 1986, 1984, 1985, 1986. Pardon? 1984, 1985, 1986, 1987, 1988, and 1989. That was when I passed out with first school living certificate. Primary school. I'm talking about primary school. Then I further my secondary school in 1990. Yes, secondary school in 1990. 1990, 1991, 92, 93, 94, 95. That is when I got my SSCE. That's when I got my SSCE. Then I graduated in 2004. Yes, what happens that I was actually supposed to pass out in 2003, but there was a prolonged strike. If you can remember, there was a prolonged strike by ASU. Then I did a 5-year program in engineering, which I was supposed to stay there for 5 years. But because of the prolonged strike, I spent 6 years for the program. That is why I graduated in 2004.
Prof, the question was, you were born in 1980 and you had your first school living certificate in 1989. That means that you, at the period you should have been in nursery school at the age of 4 years. You were already in primary one. You were already in primary one. Which state was this? Well, so the nominee was born in 1980, and the nominee graduated with first school living certificate in 1989. So the nominee is exceptionally brilliant. The nominee was 3 years old when he started his primary education. and he proceeded to do 6 years. He proceeded to do, the nominee started his primary education at the age of 3 and was able to finish 6 years later in 1989. And it's possible that the nominee was a classmate of Senator Abamoro. So let's hear from Senator Abamoro whether he also started his own primary school at the age of 3.
Sir? And I want to believe that standards that are applied to nominees that appear before this hallowed chamber will also apply to Professor Utsev. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, looking at the resume that we have of Professor Utsev, I think ordinarily that the discrepancies that you find in the times enumerated here may necessarily have come from typographical errors, which Professor Utsev himself, which he can explain. So I want to say at this point, therefore, that records don't lie. Records don't lie. And if you look at what we have here about qualifications and the explanations he has given, I think we must be prepared to give him the benefit of doubt. And so, my distinguished colleagues, I want to say that at this point, that Professor Utsev has sufficiently explained himself and the records are there to show. But I have a point that I want to make here, Mr. President. In your answer to the point of order raised by our colleagues earlier, without prejudice to my support for Professor Utsev, I want to say that I come from a part of Benue State that is a minority. I want to say, therefore, that while I'm appealing to my colleagues to approve the nomination, to confirm the nomination of Professor Utsev, that looking at the configuration of our system and in ruling on the point of order, constitutional point of order that was raised, you indicated that Mr. President is going to bring more names. I want to say, therefore, and place it on record, that in bringing more names, especially from Benue State, that a name that will come should come from the Benue South Senatorial District to complement our effort at creating unity in Nigeria. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for allowing me to make this comment.
Distinguished colleagues, we have a lot of nominees to take today. So we will like Prof, because as a professor, to go and take a look at his certificates. And you were not his classmate now. So you were not his classmate. Is a prof should look in case there are typographical errors.
Mr. President, point of order. Mr. President, point of order. Mr. President, point of order. Mr. President, point of order.
Senator. I think so. Senator Zam. Senator Zam. Point of order.
Mr. President, order 42. Order. Mr. President, I am speaking on order 42. My name is Distinguished Senator Dr. Titus Tatengizam. I represent the good people of Benue Northwest Senatorial District. And I'm coming on order 42, personal explanation. Mr. President, there is no discrepancy. The order is by the indulgence of the Senate and the leave of the President of the Senate, a senator may make a personal explanation, although there may be no question before the Senate. Mr. President, I stop at that. I am also from Benue. The professor standing there is from my own senatorial district. Mr. President, there is no controversy or any discrepancies about the academic qualifications of the nominee before us, sir. The dates fall in line.
Distinguished colleagues, nobody is fighting with anybody. If you have your PhD, it is your PhD. Nobody's going to take it from you. We have two stages here. The first stage is screening before we go into confirmation. At the stage of screening, you have a right to ask any question. So if you ask your questions, the gray areas, let us note them down so that the nominee can answer those questions and go. When we go down to the other stage of screening, of confirmation, we can now take a holistic look at all the things that were put forward before us. Even if, Senator Zam, there's no way you can lobby the Deputy Senate President on this. So let us... Distinguished Senator, on this particular issue, on this particular question, on the question of when he entered school and when he finished school, I will not entertain any further question on that. I would rather want you to talk, asking questions on other issues, because Senator Abba Moro has just drawn my attention to something that is very interesting, which it is the nominee probably will clear in the course of discussions. Is there any senator from Benue State that would like to say something? Senator Dende.
Mr. President, my dear colleagues, my name is Emmanuel Memga Udende. I represent Benue Northeast Senatorial District. From the Benue caucus, we have no issues with the nominee. He has done so well in all his assignment. And so, we urge my colleagues to pass him irrespective of minor mistakes. That is our submission.
No mistake. No mistake. It's not a mistake. He can ask
Off your mic.
Senator Kyari.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I remain Abdulaziz Abubakar. I represent people of Zamfara West, Mr. President, and from Zamfara State. My question to the professor, from what I read in your CB, it seems like if you were cleared and given responsibility of water resources, what do you intend to do? Or what are you going to do different in the issue of river basin? More especially the Benue Basin, river basin, and other basins in the country. Today, where I came from, Sokoto Rima River Basin Development Authority is under a very serious shamble where most of the dams, either they are sealed up or they are about to be sealed up. So what do we intend to do for getting more water reserve, and what do we intend to do in expansion of the irrigation sites in the country? You know the situation of river basins and the Benue Basin. What do you intend to do to deploy in your reserve knowledge of river basin or water resources to come or to show more impact apart from fishing? The irrigation in Benue State is not as much of that rather than the fishery. So what do you intend to do about that? Thank you, Mr. President, for giving this opportunity.
Please, just give him a plain sheet. So let him jot down some of the questions so he can answer at once. Distinguished Senator Farahunsi.
Thank you, Mr. President. My distinguished colleagues, my question goes to Chad Basin Authority. I think you are aware that Lake Chad had 3 big ponds in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Today, we have only one, and that one belongs to Chad Republic. So which means all Nigerians, they move towards the water and they have gone. What are you going to do to restore our own 2 ponds so that irrigation will come back to that 186 kilometers down to Maiduguri? Thank you.
Sorry, Senator, the last question, I didn't get it well.
Senator Farahunsi, he said you should use your campaign voice so that they will hear you. But they did not hear the last question.
Mr. President, I asked him about Chad Basin Authority, particularly the Chad ponds. We had about 3 big ones that are really serving irrigation and farming along that 186 kilometers from Maiduguri to Chad Basin. 2 belonging to Nigeria had already dried. Why Nigerians who are fishermen follow the only one in Chad Republic?
what are you going to do to restore the 2 Nigerian ponds so that Nigeria will benefit and Agric will thrive in that region and we see agricultural development in Nigeria?
Well, the Civil Senator Fanahosi, you are asking him questions that you know about. You said that you know about 3 dams. Is it 3 ponds? He may not know about the 3 ponds unless he did research on the 3 ponds. And then he may not even know the ministry that is going to. It may not even be a ministry that is related to water or ponds. But if he's as knowledgeable as you are, I'm sure he will posit an answer to that. But outside that, I would think that you can spare him if he doesn't know about the ponds. The Civil Senator, yes, I always like to, please, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to congratulate you for your nomination and would want to ask, since you are an expert in water, we've had recurring problems of flood, particularly when Cameroon discharges its water. You are from Buruku, I am from Doma. So your people and my people suffer the same thing along the River Benue. If you are given the opportunity to head the Water Resources Ministry, what will you do to curb this problem? Because our people have died in millions, have lost properties in billions, and there is no end to it. So what will you do to make sure that this thing that Cameroon does every year or from time to time, that they inform us about, that our people still die of? What will you do to curb such problems? Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Onawu, I must say that I like your question because both of you are neighbors. And so you probably share the same natural water dam. So I'm happy to hear that question, and I'm sure he knows about it. So this is Senator Sani Musa. Before you say I have marginalized Northeast, North Central, ask your question. Senator Abu waits. Northeast will ask. So, but let North Central ask first.
Thank you, Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues. My name is Mohammed Sani Musa, representing Niger East. What affects Benue also affects Niger. So, Mr. Nominee, congratulations. My 2 simple questions are that Nigeria, we have been facing the problem of flood everywhere, and every time we are just giving some short-term measures to take care of them. And we neglected water harvesting completely. If you go to countries like China, you will see a small stream that is flowing. They make it to walk. Instead of flowing to go down to join the bigger rivers to just washed away, they do certain things that will make the water to be recycled. In so doing, they even put small turbines, which helps in irrigation. So all year round, there's agriculture. As an expert in that field, if for any reason you are taken to that ministry or you are in the executive, in the cabinet, what kind of solution that you would prefer for Nigeria, looking at our kind of environmental settings, just with a follow-up to what Senator Onawo have said? If each community is having such problems, I think as an expert, we should be able to think deeply on how we can bring solution. The second question is, our schools today, if you look at the curriculum of our schools, we do not talk about anything water. Don't you think it's right for us to bring it back, and so that right from the foundation of our education, we'll be able to manage this? Because the multiplier effect of this is that at the end of the day, if we manage it very well, we will boost our agriculture, we will boost even the natural resources that we will have, like the horticulture. The horticulture, we'll be able to manage it because all year round Nigeria, we have inland waters. We'll be also able to utilize it for the transportation. So it will be good if we can hear something from an expert, and that will help this country. Thank you and best wishes.
Your mic. Senator Abu. Senator Abu.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sitting at chair. My name is Senator Ishaku Abo. I represent the good people of Adamawa North. First of all, our nominee from Benue State. You see, some people don't understand certain things. To clear air of you going into finishing primary school or entering primary school at the age of 3, let me tell you a personal story. I sat for common entrance examination when I was in primary 3, and I won because I was exceptionally brilliant. I passed. It's all the same. Winning and passing are all the same. So the question of you entering primary school at the age of 3 did not arise. But where did you finish? And at what level did you start for your common interest exam? You may be like me, exceptionally brilliant. So we have cleared that because you are on national television. I don't want people to go home thinking that your integrity is being called to question. You are a professor in this country and have done exceptionally well for the university to make you a professor. Now my question is this. Any country that continues to rely on rainfall, rainwater, to cultivate crops and to feed a booming population like Nigeria will have food crisis. When you talk of insecurity, the most dangerous insecurity is food insecurity. When there's no food, there will be insecurity. A hungry man is an angry man. If you look at Nigerians' land size, from number 1 to number 21 is all states in northern Nigeria. Apart from Oyo, in number 14, with 20,454 square kilometers land size, and Cross River at number 19, with about 20,000 square kilometers. They enter from number 1 to number 21, northern Nigeria. Now there is desert encroachment. Rain is no longer falling as it used to be because of human activities. How do you intend to create dams so that we will not continue to rely on rainwater and use the opportunity of this vast land size in the north to feed our booming population? Thank you so much.
Distinguished senators, you may agree with me that several questions, so many questions have been put forward to him. Please, can you allow him to answer some of these questions? He has been here for quite a long time. Summarize your answers.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, distinguished senators. The basically the four questions raised are all hinged on one thing. The three questions brought before are all hinged on. I want to summarize. What I want to say is that are all talking about improving food production through irrigation. They're all talking about improving food production through irrigation. Now, in places, the third speaker was asking questions and giving answers at the same time. When we are talking about irrigation farming, we are talking about artificial supply of water to our crops. Now, with the construction of dams, drilling of boreholes, because there are some certain areas where dams cannot be constructed. In that case, we have what is called inland drilling. We call them inland drilling. They provide the waters for dry season. We're talking about dry season. Now, we are talking about flooding. Flooding now. Like, for example, River Benue. River Benue is heavily seated. And that is one of the reasons why we are having flooding in the country. So, if I am given a ministry, we will liaise with ministries of transportation, agriculture, and other ministries to see how we can cool the menace of flooding by way of either try to see how we can dredge this river. By dredging this river, it will, cool the menace of flooding, and as well provide the water for the irrigation. So that will solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nominee, for providing enough answers to the questions that have been raised. You can bow and go, and then if there's anything, we'll get back to you. You can bow and go.
And that's the very first grilling session that we've seen at today's screening of ministerial nominees. Professor Joseph Utsev, a renowned civil and water engineer, academic, politician, also an entrepreneur. He was, he's actually from Buruku local government area of Benue State, and a lot of conversations have been had around what some of the lawmakers may have described as discrepancies. But ultimately, he has experience in civil engineering and research, and he has made his way out of the Senate chamber. We're waiting to see who will be next in the screening podium as this ministerial screening exercise continues right here at the National Assembly in Abuja.
You should take a bow and go. We don't even have to listen to him. Yes, I'm a member of the 9th Senate. Take a bow and go. Distinguished colleagues, we have before us Senator Abubakar Kyari, who is one of the nominees that are here before us. He's one of the nominees. You all know that he was our colleague in the House of Representatives. He was our colleague in the 9th Senate, 8th and 9th Senate, sorry. And he is someone who is known as a senator of the highest pedigree and integrity. He is currently Deputy national chairman of the APC, the acting chairman of the APC. And you know by tradition, anyone that has this kind of sound pedigree does not wait to be asked several questions before he's cleared by this August Senate. I will dare call on him if he has anything that he wants to tell us. He can tell us. And if he doesn't have anything, order, please. And if he doesn't have anything, he will take a bow and go. Distinguished nominee, our order, please. Order, please. Nominee, the acting chairman of the APC, the largest party in Africa. If you have anything that you want to tell us that we don't know, you are free to do so. And if you don't, please, you can take a bow and go.
Another ministerial nominee there, the acting chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Senator Abubakar Kyari of Borno State. Not a single word said on that podium, and he has taken his bow and is saying hello to all of his colleagues right now. The ministerial screening of ministerial nominees from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu still ongoing right here at the National Assembly, at the Senate chambers of the National Assembly. And so far we've been able to look at quite a number of people, very interesting conversations that have been had. We didn't hear from really because he didn't say anything, but Senator Abubakar Kyari there being asked to take a bow in line with the traditions of the Senate. Before that, we had Professor Joseph Utsev, who was grilled by the senators on a number of issues. And before that, we heard from the former governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, who talked about his contributions to the development of Rivers State and what he will be bringing to the table if he is picked as a minister in the Bola Tinubu administration, the President Bola Tinubu administration. And of course, earlier we had heard from the nominee from Edo State, Abubakar Momoh, who was a member of the 5th and 7th Assembly and the State Assembly in Edo State in 1999, registered engineer, and he also took a bow after introducing himself.
Next nominee. Yeah, that's where yeah, something to us. That's where I could go to us. Yeah.
Say something to us and leave.
Order, please. Order, please. Chief Whip, can you keep the chambers in the state of silence, please?
Distinguished colleagues, I'm constrained to remind us that we are on live television. And it is our responsibility to conduct this procedure with seriousness and decorum. Please. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, we have before us John Ewan Eno, distinguished senator. He's one of the nominees. He's someone we all know here, a former member of the House of Representatives and a former senator. Will avail him the chance to introduce himself. And you know, we have the tradition that anyone who has been a member of the National Assembly, particularly a former senator, because we believe such person has required and prerequisite pedigree and integrity to be the Minister of the Federal Republic. And in line with that tradition, we don't ask questions, but we shall allow him to introduce himself and probably tell us anything that we need to know so that Nigeria will better know him. That is an option anyway, but he can introduce himself. Any other thing is optional. Mr. Nominee.
Mr. President of the Senate, distinguished senators, my name is John Ohanenye. I come from Cross River, a distinguished senator of the 8th Senate. I served in the 5th, in the 6th, and in the 7th House of Representatives, and then served in the 8th Senate. In my tour of duty in the National Assembly for 16 years, I had the singular privilege and opportunity of sitting in the 5th Assembly as Deputy Chairman of the Committee on Appropriation, in the 6th Assembly as Chairman of the Committee on Finance, in the 7th Assembly as Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, and the 8th Senate as Chairman of the Committee on Finance. Before coming to the National Assembly, I had served 4 years in the House of Assembly of Cross River State, and prior to that, I was a lecturer in the University of Calabar for 6-7 years, between 1991 to 1997. I graduated from the Department of Sociology in 1988 as best graduating student of that class. Within which period, both as student and as lecturer, I had a BSc, an MSc in demography, a postgraduate diploma in management, and an MBA. I've had the privilege of attending courses, the most important of which was in Harvard, where I did a course in public finance management. I joined the APC in 2017 as a 7th senator, and in 2019 was APC governorship candidate for Cross River. So I feel very honored to have this rare privilege of presenting myself before you for confirmation as an honorable minister of the Federal Republic. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you, distinguished senator and nominee. So the option is yours. If you want to add anything, and if you feel, well, what I try, if you don't have anything to say, you can take your bow and go.
Just very briefly and finally, I mean, if you look at my CV, you will discover that for about the 20 years that I was in office, I spent all that in the legislature. So this nomination for me provides me a rare opportunity to serve in the executive, and I can assure you that I'll represent the legislature to the best of my abilities, and you'll be proud of me. Thank you.
Next nominee, please.
Senator John Ohanenye from Cross River State, making his way out of the chambers, the Senate chambers right now. Asked to take a bow after introducing himself and a bit about his background right here at the ministerial screening. So that brings the number of ministerial nominees who have been screened today to 5. And we're watching the next nominee to be screened, making his way right now to the podium.
Distinguished Senator, please let me draw your attention to Order 5210. And it reads, during a sitting, all senators shall be silent or shall confer only in undertones. Please, let's be silent so that we can listen to our nominee. Please, let's be silent. Mr. Nominee, the next nominee, the one before us now, is Honorable Barrister Bello Mohammed, a nominee from Sokoto State. Mr. Nominee, you may wish to introduce yourself to the August Senate.
Your Excellency, the Senate, the President of the Senate, principal officers of the Senate, distinguished senators, good afternoon to you all. My name is Bello Mohammed. I was born in Sabon Garindole village area of Goronyo local government of Sokoto State. I had my primary, secondary, and tertiary education in Sokoto State. And after my completion of LLB at the Osman Danfodio University, Sokoto, I proceeded to Nigerian Law School, Buhari, Abuja, where I was called to the Nigerian Bar in 2001. I had both political, legislative, executive, and judicial sojourn, because I was elected into the Sokoto State House of Assembly from 2007 to 2015, where I served as minority leader, as deputy leader, and deputy speaker of the Sokoto State House of Assembly. Later, in 2015, I served as a commissioner in various ministries in Sokoto State. ranging from solid minerals, energy, and information. Your Excellency, distinguished senators, I'm a party man because I started as a secretary, a party secretary in my local government, and rose up to the zonal secretary of the Northwest Zone of the All Progressive Congress, the APC. I mean the ruling APC. And then I'm the director, I was the director, Youth Mobilization, Northwest Zone for the Ashwaju Shatima Presidential Campaign Council. I served in various committees in the House, and then I'm a member of various associations, youth clubs, organizations, to mention just a few. Your Excellency, Mr. Senate President, distinguished senators, I'm widely traveled, and I'm happily married with 4 kids. Thank you for this opportunity, and I want to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency, Mr. President, Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for nominating me to serve as a minister if confirmed by this Halo Chamber. Thank you and God bless.
Distinguished Senator Tambol.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I am Amin Waziri Tambol, representing Sokoto South Senatorial District. From the presentation of the nominee, if you may recall, he had mentioned, or he did mention, that he served as a member of the Executive Council of Sokoto State from 2015 to 2018. And that was during my tenure, my first term as governor of Sokoto State. He has been my younger colleague at the bar, and we have worked closely with him at various times. And I believe that he fits the bill and he can do the job. I therefore recommend him highly to this Senate for confirmation. Thank you very much.
No, that is, we're talking about Nigeria. Talking about Nigeria. And I commend him for that testimony. That is Nigeria. It shows that he puts politics aside. Yeah. Senator Abdul-Ningi.
Mr. President, sitting as a chair, my name is Senator Abdul-Ningi, and I represent Bauchi Center of Bauchi State. Mr. Chairman, let me congratulate the nominee, my dear younger brother, for this very important nomination. Perusing through your biodata, you could see on page 2 positions held and responsibilities. Number 2, you were chairman transportation committee in Saudi Arabia for Hajj 2015, operations in Mecca. You were in Arafat, Muzdalifah, Mina, and Mecca. And going further, you are also a member Hajj reception committee 2008 to 2010. You are also a member Hajj screening and flight schedule committee 2012, 2013, 2014, and also member Hajj delegation 2015. This has given me an idea of the kind of person you are. And having gone through these exercises, you must understand, like myself and many others, the problems of Nigerians in Saudi Arabia. First, Nigerians occupy the last point, even within the African cities in MENA. Over the last decade or so, Nigerians have found it almost impossible to belong to the Committee of Nations during Hajj exercises. The Hajj exercise over the period of time has become very, very terminal and not something any Nigerian will be proud of, particularly what happened in this year's exercise. You recount quite a lot of problems with Nigerians that has to do with transportation, has to do with accommodation, that has to do with feeding, and that has to do with even running battle with the Saudi authorities. If eventually this House clears you, and the President and Commander-in-Chief by his leave appoints you as a Foreign Affairs Minister, what in your experience will you do in order to bring succor to Nigerians that live in a very terrible situation year in, year out? And secondly, will you also recommend the complete delisting of the Hajj Commission and probably giving the state powers to be able to organize their separate Hajj exercises? That is my question for you.
Senator Tunji-Ojo, the last one, because we need to quickly move forward.
Thank you very much, my very distinguished Senate President sitting as chair. Congratulations, Mr. Nominee. My name is Momoh Ibrahim. I represent Ondo South Central District. I'm also a lawyer like yourself, about 32 years in the bar. Let me focus my question, Mr. Senate President, to the nominee on the state of insecurity. You are from Sokoto State, and you know that one of the major problems facing our nation today is challenges of insecurity. For example, let's take the issue of insurgency in one of the regions in Nigeria, which has gobbled the federal government $1.2 trillion. That is twice size of our GDP. The national GDP is $505 billion. In one insurgency, we have spent $1.2 trillion. Now, that is not East. This insurgency also distilled to other regions in Nigeria. If the Mr. President decides to make you Minister of Defense, for example, you do know very well that all efforts to solve this insurgency have been proven very stubborn to all solutions. For example, in the Northeast, the insurgency is now 20 years old and is still there. Now, how will you advise the Defense Ministry or our very loyal soldiers how to handle this insurgency problem? In Zamfara this morning, there were attacks on about 300-something people. Now, this is just repeating itself across the country. As Minister of Defense, Mr. Nominee, how will you advise the President, who has spent 2 times of Nigeria economic size in fighting one insurgency in one region out of 6 regions in Nigeria, and insurgency still percolating and distilling to the entire Nigerian nation? Thank you very much.
Distinguished Senator Abba.
Mr. President, I am Aminu Abbas, Adamawa Central. Mr. President, I want to plead with distinguished senators, if there is no objection, we should allow the nominee to answer the 2 questions asked and take a bow and leave, because he served as a member also in the State Assembly and even as a Deputy Speaker of Sokoto State House Assembly. Mr. President, I am on the floor, please. I am on the floor. I say if the distinguished senator hold no objection. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sas. Sitting as chair of the House of the committee, I noticed that my name is Shoaib Afolabi Salisu. I represent proudly the good people of Ogun Central. The nominee has masters in energy security management, and you also serve as Honorable Commissioner for Energy Development in Sokoto State. There's a near consensus that our country is going through energy crisis. What will you do as a member of Federal Executive Council to ensure that the energy requirement of this country that will allow small and medium-scale enterprises to grow, that will allow for improved quality of life, that will also ensure that Nigeria attains its full potential? What will you do? What will your background with masters in energy security, how will it help the country?
Distinguished Senator Orwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. The nominee, first I want to congratulate you upon your being nominated by the President to be part of his cabinet. And I've taken time to go through your resume. I would like you to go back to your academic qualifications. I've been looking for your school cert. I saw one. You sat for 5 subjects with 2 credits. I don't know how. I want to imagine that you still have another to bring. If not, I would want you to explain how you got into university with that. Thank you.
The nominee.
Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Senate, principal officers of the Senate, distinguished senators, I would like to answer these questions from the last one, if the Senate permit. Sir, on the issue of qualification, I have other secondary school results which I have all passed that I have not attached to my CV, because we are talking of secondary school certificates. And I want to remind distinguished senator, which I know he very much know, that the qualifications of secondary school certificate, as enshrined in the Constitution, you can stand for an election up to the presidential election. So I didn't bother you with much certificates, but I know I have the qualification for that. Okay, sir.
You are saying that you chose what to give to the Senate. You chose the qualification to bring before the Senate because of the constitutional provision that a secondary school certificate is what is required to stand for election. You are not coming to stand for election. You are coming to be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So which are the other certificates you concealed? Which are the other certificates that you did not put in your CV?
Your Excellency, sir, the certificate of secondary school is there and other certificates of other qualifications are there. What he is asking me is, I sat, my first sitting was secondary school certificate with 2 credit passes. And what I'm trying to say is that I have sat for another examination and I have passed, but I don't want to attach another qualification because
well, I think it's not just for this nominee. It's important for all other nominees to know that we would like to know something about them in totality, including the number of children they have. Yes, including the number of wives, the number of children. Nigerians have a right to know their ministers. The international community has a right to know their ministers. So please, I don't think it's you don't choose and pick. So we will give the nominee time to bring the other certificates to circulate, but not necessarily appearing again before us. So I want to thank you for what you have done. I don't think you need to go further, but every certificate that you have, make copies of a clerk. He will come and see you. He will give you copies of the other certificates so that you can attach. So you can take a bow. Distinguished Senator Governor Badaru, please.
And with that, Mr. Bello Mohammed, the ministerial nominee from Sokoto State, makes his way out of the Senate chamber, lawyer, of course, answering questions on insecurity and, talking also about the clarification on his qualifications in school. So that brings the number of ministerial nominees that have been screened today to 6. Remember, there are 26 names that have been submitted by President Bola Tinubu, and this particular screening exercise, as we heard in the beginning, they have taken excuse. That way the screening exercise can continue for as long as it can for today. And now we're seeing the next ministerial nominee making his way to the screening podium, and that is the former governor of Jigawa State.
Yeah, distinguished Senator. Okay, Bamidele has stepped out. Your Excellency, Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, congratulations on your nomination. Would like to have a short and summarized resume of yourself for the knowledge of the Nigerian public and the global community. So the stage is yours.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, the leaders of the Senate and distinguished senators,
It's indeed a great pleasure to be before you today. We thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for this honor. Your Excellency, I'm told my CV is before you, so I wouldn't want to waste your time speaking on my resume. But my political antecedents is well known, and as well as my governance in Jigawa State. I've been the governor of Jigawa State, the immediate past governor of Jigawa State. And they said I have done credibly well. I have sent a booklet to the distinguished senators that contains my performance as a governor in the last 8 years. The silent point on my resume is my life as an entrepreneur that is not really known to most of you. I started as a young trader back when I was in secondary school, continue as a businessman to develop a conglomerate that is today having offices in both Holland, Belgium, Cairo, China, US, are running marine businesses, whole chain of logistics, automobiles, land transport, properties development, trading, factories in oil milling, rice milling, aluminum extrusion, and many other businesses. I was trained then to smell, to look at my surroundings, and I was told, when you look deeply, you'll find something that will make money for you. And that has helped greatly, and that is why we succeed in business and also in governance. And another training is the ability to judge every spending by its value. You have to judge all your spendings based on the value that you will get. Another teaching we learned as a businessman that I bring to governance is the ability to manage crisis. And most of you here, we have worked together in times of crisis, and we have solved problems that are probably difficult to be solved. Distinguished senators, I don't want to bore you, but I believe the passion that I have for this country, that was what led me to join politics in the first place. Those of you that knows me, then, as the president of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industries, and Mine and Agriculture, know pretty well that I joined politics, I joined governance because of the passion I have for my people. And because of that passion, that was why you call me calculator, because we calculate and make sure things are done correctly and things are done right. Thank you very much.
Mic. Off your mic. The Mr. Calculator. Huh? Which of them?
Who is also another calculator.
Which of them?
The single senator mine.
He's all among the prophets. And is he sitting there? You raise a point of order later. Is he supposed to sit there? Okay, so we will come back to that issue. Because, well, Your Excellency Governor Badaru, I don't know about others, but I know that I have worked closely with you, and I don't want to, if I say publicly now, they will say, oh, the Senate President has ruled. This is just screening. When we come to confirmation, I may have one or two things to say about you. But in the meantime, so that we can get into business to look at those who are not really so qualified, if there is any. You can take a bow and go.
And the former governor of Jigawa State, Badaru Abubakar, takes a bow after just giving us a brief insight into what his time in office was for the past 8 years as governor. He is one of the ministerial nominees and is being screened here, but of course, as a former governor, he has been asked to take a bow and leave the chamber, talking about his life as an entrepreneur, and alluding to one of his popular nicknames, really, across the country and, of course, in Jigawa State. He's actually known as the calculator, and he just confirmed that there, judging every spending based on value, and, of course, his ability to manage crisis. That brings the number of ministerial nominees being screened at today's event to 7. And of course, we have 28 names, so 21 more names to go, at least from the 28 names that have been submitted by President Bola Tinubu. And we're getting ready for the very next person to be screened by the Senate. Just a brief recap while the deliberations are going on, the brief recap of what we have been watching here today.
Ambassador, give us a brief about yourself.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, Principal Officers, distinguished Senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My name is Yusuf Maitama Tuggar from Bauchi State. I was born on the 12th of March, 1967. I attended primary school in Kano. From there, I proceeded to Federal Government College in Ilorin. I graduated from the University of California, University in the United States, where I majored in international relations. I have a master's also in international relations from the University of Cambridge. I'm a former member of the House of Representatives, where I was chairman of the House Committee on Public Procurement. I was also a very active member of the Foreign Relations Committee, as well as the Petroleum Upstream Committee. I contested for governorship under the CPC in 2011, after which I went back into private business before eventually being appointed as ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to Germany, where I am still serving. During my time in Germany, I was part and parcel of several initiatives that I believe attracted investment and sought to move Nigeria forward in terms of infrastructure, economic development, and culture. Amongst those, quickly, I would like to mention the Presidential Power Initiative, the Siemens Electrification Project, also the Kano-Maradi Rail Project that is currently under construction, the return of the Benin bronzes, 1,320 pieces to Nigeria. And let me just simply round up by saying that I'm very proud to stand here before you as a nominee for minister, because I see very familiar faces. I consider myself part and parcel of this institution. I'm not only a former member of this institution, I'm also, I would say, a child, a son of this institution. And finding people like me being included as ministerial nominees, I think is an attestation to the progress that our democracy is making, where you have people from the bastion of democracy, which is the National Assembly, actually moving to the executive arm to serve. I think it provides for better understanding between the three arms of government. I would like to stop here, Your Excellency. I have been warned that I should not take too long. Thank you.
That we try to hear from at least a member of the Senate from your state. So let me invite Senator Nengi to say something. I think Senator Nengi has also just been elected the chairman of Northern Senators Forum. Am I right? Congratulations. Please, you are from Bauchi. Say something about the nominee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sitting as a chair, my name is Senator Abdul Ningi, and I represent Bauchi Central, Bauchi State. Let me, from the onset, congratulate my friend, my younger brother, my colleague, Ambassador Honorable Yusuf Maitama Tuggar. Mr. President, this is a person that I know close to 35 years ago. He comes from a very prominent family in the state. We have never been in the same party with Tuggar. He has always been in another party, from CPC to APC, but that has not in any way dilute our relationship. Tuggar is one person that does not define you from where you come from. He does not define you from your religion, and he neither defines you from your political party or regional affiliation. Standing there, Mr. President, is a unique Nigerian, and you could see from his records, he has gone all over the country, and of course, globally, he studied in the United States of America. He also studied in the UK, presently an ambassador in Germany. Tuggar's nomination by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu gives me an impression that the president understands what is needed for this country going forward. With Tuggar as a minister, Nigerians, Bauchi State, and in particular the National Assembly, will be proud for having one of its own as a shining star in terms of performance. I believe he has seen other ministers come and go. He has seen where ministers go and deny even being members of the National Assembly. Tuggar will be different. I believe he has the capacity, the education, the exposure to be able to handle any ministry given that opportunity. Mr. President, I introduced Tuggar to our colleagues, and it is somebody that we all must have hope that he will deliver the democratic dividends when the time comes. Distinguished colleagues, here is somebody that I can proudly say he should take a bow and go.
Your mic. Thank you, distinguished Senator Abdul Ningi, Chairman of the Bauchi Caucus of the Senate and Chairman of Northern Senators Forum. Ambassador, the only problem is that your resume, I didn't see date of birth on it, unless.
Your Excellency, my birth certificate is actually just outside that door. I can bring it in quickly. The date of birth, I think, is an omission, but the birth certificate, which is even more proof. 12th of March, 1967. Yes.
You didn't want to put it so that I would not know that you're a small boy. so put it inside. Clerk, get his updated CV that also includes his date of birth and has all the certificates attached. Ambassador, you are a former member of the House of Representatives. Now, outside the few additions that you are going to make to the CV, you may take a bow. Congratulations. He's sending them. Ambassador, you get you provide your updated certificate with your academic qualifications attached. You understand? And also include your date of birth. I know you were rushing from your posting to come, so you can take it back. But provide those things so that all the distinguished senators will have copies. I said congratulations on your nomination, not on your confirmation. We have not confirmed you yet.
Ambassador Yusuf Tuggar from Bauchi State, making his way out of the Senate chambers after this screening exercise. Of course, a diplomat, a former member of the House of Representatives, and Nigeria's ambassador to Germany, talking about his wealth of experience and what he will be bringing to the table if nominated into any ministry. That brings the number of people who have been screened today by the Senate to 8. We had the list of 28, so 20 more to go, barring any inclusions, because it is expected that President Bola Tinubu will add more names to that list. But just before we hear any of the new nominees to be screened today, it's pertinent to note that we haven't heard any women nominees screened today, but so far we've been able to listen to at least 8 people talk about what it is that they are going to bring to the table, beginning, of course, with the very first person who was screened today from Edo State, Abubakar Momoh, all the way down to Nyesom Wike of Rivers State, Senator Abubakar Kyari of Borno State, Senator John Eno, Cross River State. Sokoto State had Mr. Bello Mohammed, and of course Mr. Abubakar Badaru, former governor of Jigawa State, and just now Ambassador Yusuf Tuggar of Bauchi State. And the next nominee is making his way to the podium, where he will be asked questions on what he'll be bringing to the table if nominated as minister. Remember, we are live right here on Channels Television at the ministerial screening of ministerial nominees sent to the Senate by President Bola Tinubu.
Yes, we have before us distinguished Senator Abubakar Sani Danladi, another nominee of Mr. President. Can you just summarize your resume before your colleagues?
Senate President, the Deputy Senate President, distinguished senators, good afternoon all. My name is Sani, Abubakar Sani Danladi. I'm from Taraba State and also a nominee from Taraba State. Your Excellency, I want to use this opportunity to thank Mr. President for having the confidence in nominating me as a nominee minister in Taraba State. And also, as a colleague in the 8th Senate, I was here together with you, doing everything possible to ensure all the assignment we have been given in this chamber, we have done it successfully. Your Excellency, if given the opportunity and clear me, I want to assure the Assembly, this Senate, that I'm going to provide the synergy between both the executive and the legislature because of my experience. I'm a former councillor, former chairman, former deputy governor, former acting governor, former senator. With this experience, I believe if opportunity given to me today, this humble Senate will clear me. I want to assure you, I will do everything within my capacity to bring the synergy, both the executive and the legislature.
Point of order, Senator Ning.
Mr. President, Order 55, Sub 3. And it says, every senator, when he or she comes into the chamber, shall take his seat or her seat, and shall not at any time stand in any of the passage in the pathways. I think the rule explains it. We are on a very serious assignment. Yes. And the way and manner we move around does not in any way speak well of this chamber. And I hope the Senate President should guide us, all of us.
Point of order is sustained. Senator Abu, you may go back to your seat. Senator Gomer, I don't know whether people are holding a different session. Senator Bomai, we want a solemn assembly. We want the chambers to know that this is a very serious business. Senator Guta, go back to your seat. We'll take her. We'll take her. Yes. Yeah, true. Anybody from Adamawa? Or is it Taraba? Any senator from Taraba? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I am Haruna Manu. I represent Taraba Central. Mr. President, you will agree with me that from the presentation by the nominee, Mr. President, the nominee is a grassroots politician, is somebody who has started from the inception of this democracy, from the councillor to the council chairman, deputy governor, acting governor, and a member of this distinguished Senate, Mr. President. I believe by the tradition of this Senate, having been part of this distinguished Senate, Your Excellency, the nominee should take a bow and go. But before then, Mr. President, I also want to use this opportunity to thank Mr. President for nominating a grassroots politician. I must say that Tarabans are very, very happy with this nomination. The vast majority of our people are very, very happy, especially the political class in Taraba State. They are having someone who is one of them, a grassroots politician, being nominated by Mr. President. So, Mr. President, having said this, I want to crave your indulgence to ask the nominee to take a bow and go. Thank you very much.
Okay, for me, I think it's a straightforward thing. He's a distinguished senator, but my office received about 3 or 4 petitions, but they all border on the same issue. And the issue is that there was a Supreme Court decision that tended to debar him from holding office for a couple of years. So maybe he can comment on that and just take a bow.
Mr. President, I thank you for giving me that opportunity. There was no any Supreme Court pronouncement banning me for 10 years in the judgment. It's just speculations of my enemies. If you look at the judgments, my judgments are here with you, before you, sir. There is no any judgment indicting me that I should not contest for election. I'm happy one of the senators here in my zone, Senator Shaibu, took this matter to Federal High Court, Abuja here, that the Federal High Court, Jalingo, has, at that time, 2019, when I contested for governorship, at that time, it was because of my age on my certificate. The judge now gave judgment against me. I now took the matter up to Supreme Court. When we were in the appeal court, there was nothing in the appeal court. There was no any pronouncement that they just strike out the case of lack of merit. We're in the Supreme Court. The same thing, Mrs. Audley said that the Federal High Court Jalingo
was wrong to have done that judgment in that way. Because when I was a deputy governor in 2007, there is a judgment on that. The same Federal High Court Jalingo used their veto power at that time to nullify me. So from Supreme Court, I had to go back to Federal High Court Jalingo, being the Supreme Court says there was no basis for the Federal High Court Jalingo to do that judgment. Then the same jurisdictions of Federal High Court Jalingo are now sat on the same judgment and set aside that judgment that is hanging on me. And on that, Senator Shah, I should open my phone.
The Federal High Court Jalingo gave judgment against you, that you were not qualified to contest on the basis of perjury, that you lied on oath in respect of your date of birth. Then later, that same Federal High Court sat on the same matter and cleared you.
And from there...
No. Why we are saying that is that the moment the Federal High Court gave the first judgment, the Federal High Court had become functus officio in law and can no longer sit as an appellate court over its own judgment. So you will definitely say what you need to say. We will study this because it's in the interest of Nigeria and it's in public interest. So conclude so that Senator Adam Doshimole, you will give him a chance to finish, then you can respond. No, not respond because I saw him raising his hand in case he has anything he wants to add. Okay, so. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying as soon as he finishes, he can take a bow.
There was no any pronouncement. The matter still, sir. The same matter, Senator Shaibullah took the matter to Federal High Court to Federal High Court Abuja here on the same matter, sir. The Federal High Court gave me the judgment. He now appealed to Appeal Court. Appeal Court now affirmed the judgment of Federal High Court. They now took the matter to Supreme Court. The same Supreme Court now gave me the judgment. So there was no any judgment, sir. Look at the judgment properly. There was no any judgment from Supreme Court. As I'm talking, the Supreme Court are hearing me. There is no any judgment from Supreme Court nullified, barring me for 10 years. There was no any judgment. You look at the paper, all the papers are before you. Yes. There was no any judgment. If there's judgment, the judgment is here. And I believe all the lawyers are here. Yes.
Sir, can I have my floor now, as ordered earlier by Mr. President?
Unless Senator Adam Doshimole has anything, because okay, so you may take a bow. Yes, next nominee.
And the ninth person to be screened has just walked out of the Senate chambers. The ninth person to be screened today just walked out. And I think we're seeing our first female making her way to the podium to be screened by the senators. We just finished listening to Senator Abubakar Danladi of Taraba State, and we're seeing the first female making her way to the podium at this screening exercise. Will she be asked to walk? Will she be asked questions? We'll be watching to see how that unfolds.
Yes, the nominee, you have the floor. Just a summarized resume of yourself, and then you answer questions from the distinguished senators.
Go ahead. The President of the Senate, the Deputy Senate President, and distinguished senators, I greet you all. My name is Barrister Mrs. Uju Kennedy Ohanenye. I was the only female presidential aspirant, the mama that came on board. I schooled at WTC Primary School, Enugu, and Queen's School, Enugu, and then proceeded to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka campus. I studied law. And in my secondary school, if you could see the certificate that I put in there, I ordered for it in 2019 while I finished in 1986 because my credentials got burnt, so I had to write to the school to give me another. So the date they have on the paper is the date I collected it. And then after my university in Nnamdi Azikiwe University, studying law, I proceeded to law school, Lagos. When I finished there, I went into business, education, especially real estate, but I got into humanitarian jobs, going to hospitals, government hospitals to pay for bills for indigent patients, donating health centers like I've donated in Kogi State, I've donated in Kaduna, Kanu, and a lot in Igbo land and across the nation, about 8 of them with acquisition centers. So in the process of going to the hospitals, I saw a lot of things that the poor people are going through. Sometimes a Nigerian will die over 1,000 naira. Not that he or she is not working hard, but most times what they make is so meager that if they have any kind of challenges, they won't be able to take care of themselves anymore after paying the initial bill. So I wasn't feeling very good about it. I have never really been a politician, but this prompted me to join the race as the only female presidential aspirant. So I joined the race just for those voiceless people that suffer from the hands of the police, suffer from, even in land offices, some people will save up the little money they have to buy a land. By the time they are retiring, some directors will gather together, collect that land from that person. The person either dies of high blood pressure or stuff like that. And being a lawyer, I felt if I could have opportunity with a government backing, that I will be able to work on all these things with some of my colleagues like the FIDA, the NUJ, and the other organizations. So I got into politics because of the inhumanity to human and the poor masses that are dying every day, and the lack of sensitization. Because you go to that hospital, you see so many children dying of even sickle cell anemia, and most of their parents don't even understand what it means to be AS or these genotypes. So I felt if I should have opportunity, I will be able to introduce what they call, what we used to have before. What do you call it? I will remember that. Those ones that they go in the villages and make announcements. Town criers, that I will introduce town criers, because some of these people, they have no radios, they have no televisions, they don't know have any way to get sensitized. So I am going to, I've already discussed with NUJ, I've discussed with all the bodies that will assist me if I am given opportunity by the Senate, so that we'll be able to introduce that and get them to know these things. And I've been able to equally organize some physical association of physicians from US. They usually come in to treat some of these people free of charge, and they have agreed that if opportunity is given, they will increase the number of times they visit here. Please, my brothers and sisters, I'm here to let you understand that the kind of things these people are suffering, even the places I donated some health centers, you'll be shocked that somebody will selfishly take over and start using it for something else, and you come out and start fighting. Nobody fights for these people and nobody talks for them. So I know this 10th National Assembly session, I know that you people are quite different. I'm not saying that the ones before you are not okay, but I am seeing a lot of selflessness in you people that I know that chance will be given for these people to be taken good care of.
Distinguished Senator Nwebunyi.
Thank you, Excellency. I remain Senator Onyekachi Peter Nwebunyi, representing the good people of Ebonyi North Senatorial District of Ebonyi State. Madam, I overheard you saying you want to come into politics to give you the opportunity to speak for the poor and, of course, the less privileged. Now, as a woman, what do you have in stock in knowledge of the fact that in some part of our country, Nigeria, particularly in Igbo land, women are barred from inheriting their father's property in case their father dies intestate? What do you have in stock for them to correct this anomaly in view of so many court judgments and, of course, the Supreme Court judgment that have said no to that barbaric act? What can you do as Honorable Minister? Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Ome from Anambra.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Victor Ume, OFR. I represent the people of Anambra Central Senatorial District. Mr. President, if I had had the first nod to speak, that would have been to very proudly to introduce this lady who, from the CV you have seen, is a lawyer, and she's been given to very uncommon causes of fighting for less privileged people in society. Listening to her introduce herself, she told us how she was moved to pity when she visited hospitals and saw people who were dying because of lack of care, because of no money to take care of their medical needs and so on and so forth. And she decided to float a Shower Love Foundation. So she didn't just come to politics because people are in politics. She was motivated by passion to serve others who are in difficulties. If you ask me, this lady is our own equivalent of Mother Teresa. Yes, because it's very, very uncommon, Mr. President, very uncommon, Senate President, for you to see somebody, after acquiring a degree in law, will leave playing to the gallery, gallivanting here and there, but paying attention to the less privileged people in the society. So I think I'm very grateful that Mr. President chose her among the females he offered to this country in this cabinet nominations. For us in Anambra State, 3 senators from Anambra State, myself, Senator Oba, and Senator Tunji-Ojo. She comes from my senatorial district, actually. She hails from Oka in Anambra Central Senatorial District. So we will plead that she is audacious enough to answer any question, but because of her commitment to service to the less privileged people in the society, let's encourage her to get all through to that office and use the opportunities that will be available to her through government to try to change a lot of things, particularly the scant attention we give to the less privileged in society. She's already on it as an NGO, and with many other things she's done. Across Nigeria, she's had a lot of interventions, trying to go to different places to bring people out of distress. And I think as a humanitarian that she is, she deserves to be supported by all of us. The questions put on her way notwithstanding, I want to tell this distinguished Senate that 3 senators from Anambra State are solidly behind her nomination. And we encourage that you bear with us and give her that support. Let her go and help the indigent people everywhere in this country. Thank you, Mr. President. And my sister, congratulations. We welcome you to our chamber. Thank you.
Off your mic. Distinguished Senator Kyari.
Thank you, my Senate President. My name is Kyari Sunday. I represent Kogi West. Madam, looking at your papers, you have done a lot of humanitarian services all over the Federation. Kushe Makaranta in Kagako local government in Kaduna, in Imo State, in Kogi State, donation of dialysis machines and water tank in Enugu State, all over the Federation. Thank you. Looking at your task clearance, will you say you have been paying enough taxes to the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Thank you.
What is wrong with the tax clearance?
Mr. President, sir, in 2018, hello? In 2018, you declare an annual income of 1 million. In 2019, you declare an annual million of 841,000. In 2020, you declare an annual income of 954,000. Could it be under declaration?
Distinguished Senator Alero.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting in the chair, distinguished colleagues.
Nominee, let me start by first and foremost congratulating you for being nominated by Mr. President. And I look at your resume, I look at what you have been doing, it's highly commendable. Nigeria has been described as the poverty capital of the world, where we have over 150 million people living in absolute poverty. In the event that you are confirmed as Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, what measures would you take, or what advice would you give the government of the Federation to lift this over 150 million people out of poverty in Nigeria? And I'm sure you have an idea based on what you have been doing, since you have been doing it with your own resources. Now you are in government. What contribution can you make to lift these people out of poverty? Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Ifeanyi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ifeanyi, Anambra South Senatorial District. Mr. President, I want to buttress more on what our colleague has said, congratulating her because it is not easy to have a presidential nominee before us, a presidential aspirant before us, and a woman looking at gender sensitivity. But most importantly, Mr. President, looking at what she has done across the country in terms of humanitarian activities, and then also going to what Senator Kyari said, and I'm sure you know, in America, people that are into charity, that even in America, they don't even pay tax. But in this case, she's paying her tax according to what she earns. You know, so we are not looking at her as a businesswoman, but someone who is deep into charity. Like Momoh said, that is our modern-day Mother Teresa. Mr. President, I think three of us from Anambra State here, I don't have question than to recommend that you take a bow, Mr. President. Thank you, sir. And you have...
Yeah, fine. Yeah, so the distinguished Senator Kingibe, a woman should ask a woman a question.
Mr. President, my name is Ireti Kingibe, representing the Federal Capital Territory. I would like to commend the nominee. I would also like to appreciate her. Her CV is also quite impressive, and I think that it speaks for itself. These are the kind of people we need. Secondly, she is a woman. We know the value that women bring to the table. And I would like to make a comment about my colleague who wants her to do something about women not having inheritance. I think that should be our duty rather than hers, since we are the legislators. I would also like to support distinguished Senator Ifeanyi by thinking that she also should take a bow. She deserves it, and everybody else has taken a bow. I think her CV requires that she does that also. Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Ireti Kingibe, any nominee that comes before us will take a bow, whether the person is cleared or not. At the end of the day, we will go into the clearance and confirmation. We will confirm whether the person is qualified or not. But bowing before the hallowed chambers is a tradition all over the world. So if you are saying that others have taken a bow, they took a bow because they entered into these chambers. And we had to amend our rules. We had to suspend our rules to allow strangers to come in here. And so when they come, they will take a bow. The bow does not mean that you have been confirmed. So even if she takes a bow, we'll still go into the issue of confirmation later. Is that clear? Yes. Is there any other person from Anambra who would like to say something? Yes, Tunji-Ojo.
Thank you, my dear President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Dr. Tunji-Ojo. I represent a group of Anambra Senatorial districts. Distinguished colleagues, my dear President, mine is just to add my voice to what my brothers have already said and what Senator Kingibe also said, that this Hello Chamber sees a reason to allow her to go for now, pending the time we're going to do the confirmation. And also for me to advise her that if the Senate eventually confirms her, by God's grace, that they should do her best. That she should do her best to augment any ministry that is given to her. She should do her best, strive her best within her limit to improve the lives of Nigerians. Thank you and God bless you.
That's a very good contribution, but I need to also let you know that we have a no-nonsense president. And so I believe that all the ministers and all appointees will be on their toes to give their best to the country. And if you don't, anybody who has had the opportunity to be a governor and then a president knows very well that you starve for strength. You are looking for people that can come and help you to actualize your vision for your administration. I mean, if some people are not ready to do so, they will fall by the wayside. The last contribution will come from Senator Sadiq, and thereafter she will answer all the questions. And like Senator Ireti said, she will now take a bow.
Thank you, Mr. President, City and Chair, my distinguished colleagues. I am Sadiq Sulaiman Umar. I represent the good and decent people of Kwara North, and we who are. Nominee, congratulations, and we are proud. You know, Kwara State is one of the most gender-sensitive states in the country, or indeed in Africa. Yes, very friendly to women. We love our women to be in position. So congratulations. I have a very simple question. First, do you agree that the competence, capacity, and so on of a minister is overrated compared to the strength of the systems you are going to operate in? If you agree, we overemphasize the competence. You need to be very competent, you need to be very experienced, and so on. I'm saying that is overrated if you compare it with the strength of the system you are going to operate in this case, public service or civil service. I'm saying that the strength of the service is more important than whatever you are bringing in to office. If you agree with that, what are you going to do to ensure that whatever ministry you go to, you find a way of working with that system, however weak is it? How are you going to navigate your way around to be sure that you are able to, deliver, to bring about progress in the country? Do you understand the question? Thank you.
The nominee.
Thank you so much. I would still like to start with the women on inheritance. Some of us nowadays, I think that was the olden time. I have a daughter, and she's going to inherit from me and my husband. It was before. The most important thing women are going through right now is some corrupt civil servants taking over or kingsmen taking over their husbands' properties from them when the man is dead. That's the major issue the women are having, of which, like I said earlier, I'm bringing in FIDA, I'm bringing in MBA. They said it will be applauding for them to be involved. Where will we make sure such a thing never happens again? You try it and they report to wherever the Senate will approve me to be, we will fight that person to the last. We get involved with police and make sure it never happens again. We will sue them to court, no matter how powerful that person thinks he is. I think with the new president we have now, who said, let the poor breathe and don't suffocate the poor. When he speaks, we, the soldiers, carry it out. So whoever that does that will be brought to book. Then the issue of the taxes, like my brother has said to you, in normal circumstances, I'm not supposed to pay tax, just I'm a good Nigerian. I feel that my country needs me to contribute. I'm doing a lot of humanitarian works. I've not even mentioned 1/10 of what I have been doing. And still, I found it within myself that it was necessary, and it's still necessary, for me to make a contribution to my country through taxes. So, my brother, I am trying my best because it's a self-sponsored NGO. Then the poverty solution. I feel like in Nigeria, our children are very brilliant. There are so many things. If I'm given that opportunity to head the human development and humanitarian affairs, if I'm given the opportunity by the Senate, subject to the Senate, please, I will not just give out 5,000. 5,000 can make 2 pots of soup and the money is gone. I will rather teach them how to fish. How do I do this? I am going to introduce what they call urban centers. I will bring in machineries, industrial machines. Then I will get with the town criers to get to these villages. We are going to get them to learn those tradings, different kinds of trading. And we have an outlet because it's a professional that will come in to teach them. And as they're being taught, they're equally working to produce these things like female clothes, babies' clothes in our own material. And then they will use it and make those clothes, and we move it to the outlet. We make it so beautiful. It will almost look like as if it's Western clothes, but in our own indigenous materials. Then we will move it to the outlet where we market it, and they themselves, as they're learning, they will be making money, monthly salary to feed themselves and take care of themselves. That is number one. Then number two, the hunters that are in the bush hunting, or people that are killing cows. There are so many things we can do with the skins of these animals. So this humanitarian or the outlets, the urban centers, will be buying these things from the hunters. And when they are making enough money, which the ministry will definitely buy it at the correct price, not to shortchange them like so many people are doing. They will use it and then be producing those things. Then the issue of hospital. I'm going to introduce what they will call humanitarian hospital, because a lot of white people are ready to come and build it, sponsor it, if it is humanitarian hospital. And that will bring more employment. And the other people that are ready to bring, the people they call MedShare, MedSurplus, Project Cure, they are ready to come and equip these hospitals as far as it is meant for the less privileged people. And we're going to use this opportunity to increase our hospitals, because if you go to government hospitals, many people are lying outside. Thank you.
Just like in your NGO, if you're allowed, you'll do more. And if you're allowed, you'll talk more. So you at least, I believe the Senate is well guided. You can take a bow. Next nominee.
And the 10th ministerial nominee to be screened by the Senate right here at the National Assembly, Ohanenye from Anambra State, the very first female to be screened today, and reminding us that she was the only female presidential aspirant in the last election. A lawyer, spoke a lot about her humanitarian work, about why she got into politics, talks quite a bit about hospital care. Modern day Mother Teresa is how she has been described by a lot of the people seated in the chamber today. Glowing reviews from lawmakers from her home state of Anambra State, and from the female lawmaker representing the FCT, talking about a lot of the things that she will be bringing to the table, and questions around women empowerment, especially in parts of southeastern Nigeria. And that brings the number of nominees being screened today to 10, and we're looking forward to hearing from the next nominee, who's making his way right now to the podium for his own screening exercise.
Yes, Mr. Honorable Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, you are welcome. Congratulations on your nomination by Mr. President. So, if you have any, just give us a summary of your resume. I notice you are currently a member of the House of Representatives, and you were also in the 9th House of Representatives. So give us a resume of just a summarized version.
Thank you, distinguished President of the Senate, the leadership of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let me start by appreciating God Almighty for the unique privilege He has given me this opportunity. My name is Honorable Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo. I was born on the 1st of May, 1982. I hail from Okeabu, in Akoko Northwest Local Government of Ondo State. I was a member of the 9th Assembly and presently a member of the 10th Assembly in the House of Representatives. In the 9th Assembly, I was chairman of the Committee of Niger Delta Development Commission, the NDDC, in the 9th Assembly. And at the moment, I'm a serving member. My details are as iterated in the resume. I went to my primary school, starting from Hagda International in Kaduna, then to Universal Primary School in Akure. Then my secondary school, Futa Staff Secondary School, Akure. Then my university, I started from Obafemi Awolowo University, Electrical Electronics Engineering, then moved to University of North London for my first degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering. And I'm also an alumnus of the Britannia Training Academy, where I qualified as a certified ethical hacker in the year 2006. Before being elected to the parliament in 2019, I was into private practice. I consulted for so many multinationals, so many national bodies in the educational sector, oil and gas sector, the World Bank, and a couple of other organizations. At this juncture, I think I need to
thank you.
pause a moment.
Yes, Sani. Senator Sani.
Thank you, Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues. Nominee, congratulations. As a honorable member, we know the principle is, we allow you to take a bow, which is good. However, for the purposes of doing a clean job, this is the Senate of the Federal Republic. So we want to be sure that when we clear you, we can be sure we've done a very good job. Your NYC certificate versus, your date of birth. You were born in 1982, correct? And in your NYC certificate, I have two concerns, just to clarify, so that we are sure that you served between 28 November 2020. So that's what.
No, there is a mistake in their certificate.
It's a problem. No, let him clarify that. Yeah, that's what I want to. He needs to clarify. Mr. Chair.
Distinguished colleagues, when we are handling the confirmation, the nominees are not going to be before us again. And there is what they call the rule of ad autorem partem. Let the other side be heard. So if he has made any observation, let the nominee clarify it and take a bow. It's not an issue. But you wouldn't have another opportunity. Otherwise, outside there, people will think that we are covering up anything when we are not covering up anything. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Chair. For emphasis, like I said, we still need to protect the institution that we are all proud of and is part of this institution. So I just want a clarification. There's a discrepancy between when you were born and when you serve, including when the DG signed your NYC certificate. Because NYC certificates are always signed the same date with when you serve. But there's a discrepancy in your. Can you please clarify, just for the record, so that we are sure, we've done a good job. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, distinguished Senator. Let me first of all say that I graduated in 2005 in the United Kingdom. And I think by law, establishing the NYSC, according to the law establishing the NYSC, it's from the date of your graduation. If you are below 30, or you are above 30, that's when you are accepted. So even if you come back to Nigeria and you want to serve at any point in time, once you graduate before the age of 30, it's an obligation to the nation that you have to perform it. So that is, it's as simple as that, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so if you graduate outside, and once you come back to the country, if you are still below 30, even if you are above 30, if you graduate before 30, you should go ahead and serve. Which is the one that you get exemption? Exemption. If you are above 30, you get exemption. But if you are below 30, you can serve. So, distinguished, I just want, in line with our practice here, is there anybody from Ondo State that would like to say something? Why, Jimo? Oshuole, you're not from Ondo State now. Is there anybody from Ondo? Okay, Jimo, if you are the only one from, oh, no, San, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as chair. Adeni Ade Gomere, Ondo Central. My understanding of what the nominee is saying is that what the law says is that you have an obligation to serve from the day you graduate. So let's assume that you graduate at 28, but you are not in the country. You are abroad, and you come back at 35. That's why the fact that you have returned to Nigeria at 35, you still have to go and serve. And that's what he's saying. That yes, I have been out of the country, but by the time I came back, I graduated before 30. I still had that obligation to serve. And that's my understanding of what he was trying to, message he was trying to pass on, and that is the law. Apart from that, I think that having clarified that, my view is that having extended the privilege of being a member of the House of Reps to everybody, I see no reason why we should not extend the same privilege to the nominee. I therefore most respectfully, sir, Mr. President sitting as chair, seek your Excellency's indulgence to permit the nominee in our tradition to take a bow and go. Thank you very much.
Yes, in line with the demands of our rules, you may take a bow.
The ministerial nominee there from Ondo State, Mr. Olubunmi-Ojo, making his way out of the council chambers, out of the Senate chambers right here at the National Assembly. Member of the House of Reps till today. He was also a member of the 9th House of Representatives. And then one of the youngest people we've spoken to today, one of the youngest people we've heard from today, born in 1982, so he's 41 years old. But quite an illustrious ICT career, consultant for several agencies, including the World Bank, and former chairman House Committee on NDDC, and that is Mr. Olubunmi-Ojo. Coming up next is the second female ministerial nominee to be screened by the Senate. Remember, we are live here on Channels Television at the ministerial screening of ministerial nominees sent to the Senate by President Bola Tinubu.
Distinguished colleagues, order please. Order please. Distinguished colleagues, order. The chair. Chair, Senate President sitting as chair, can we proceed, please?
Distinguished colleagues, we have before us a former principal officer of the 9th House of Representatives and a nominee of Mr. President. Can you quickly just say one or two things about yourself before we apply the tradition of the Senate and of the National Assembly?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Deputy Senate President, Principal Officers of the House, of the Senate, distinguished senators of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Good afternoon, everybody. I am glad to be in your midst today. My name is Nkiru Onyejeocha. I was a member of House of Representatives from 2007 to 2023. I was a commissioner in Abia State in 2002 and later became local government chairperson of Umunochi, local government area of Abia State, before I contested for House of Representatives in 2007. I am a PhD holder in political science from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I obtained master's degree in international affairs and diplomacy from Imo State University in 2006. And also Masters in Transport Management from Ladoke Akintola University. I am a lawyer. I was called to bar in 2019, and I graduated from University of Abia State University, Abia State. And right now, I am also back to my constituency to do the best I know how to do, which is being with my constituents. And distinguished colleagues this afternoon, I thank you for obliging me to introduce myself and to pledge my loyalty to Federal Republic of Nigeria and National Assembly, and my party, of course, All Progressive Congress. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Is there anybody from Abia State who would like to urge in favor of the... I just confirmed that Abia is comfortable with my sister, that's all. Darlington.
Thank you, Mr. Senior President and dear colleagues. My name is Darlington Nwokocha. I speak for the entire Nigeria, but Abia Central in particular. Mr. Senior President and dear colleagues, early this morning, myself, Senator Darlington Nwokocha, Senator Enyi Abaribe, and Senator Oji Ozo Carlo presented a document to this hallowed chamber through Mr. Senior President, supporting the nomination and requesting for clearance of one of the best in Nigeria today. Having seen and gone through her resume, having interacted with her all over the years, she is 360 degrees qualified in the three arms of government: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. She is a lawyer. She has been a local government chairman and commissioner, and also a serial legislator. She has featured in this chamber for so many years and so many times, revolving, and effectively gotten to be the highest, one of the principal officers in House of Representatives. And I'm sure she has chaired so many ad hoc committees. Even before becoming a principal officer, she has been chairman of several other committees where she featured and seriously involved in oversighting several ministries, which helped her to gain a lot of experiences, which is going to bring to bear by the time she functions in this particular position they have offered her. And also, being gender sensitive, she's one of the best women that we feature in this government. So we're very proud of her, that we're loaning her to entire Nigeria, and we believe that she's going to function and give Nigeria all Nigeria would desire within this time. Therefore, on behalf of the Abia Senator Caucus, and on behalf of all the people, the Southeast, and the entire Nigeria, we want to bring to the fore Nkiru, Honorable Nkiru Chidubem Onyejeocha, for screening and finally clearance and confirmation at the end of the day. Thank you, Mr. Senior President.
Yes. Take a bow. Senator Gomer, bring the next nominee.
And the second woman to be screened today at this ministerial nominee screening, Nkiru Onyejeocha from Abia State, has been a member of the House of Representatives from 2007 to 2023, has a PhD in political science from the University of Nigeria and Nsukka, Masters in Diplomacy and International Affairs from the Imo State University, and another master's from the Ladoke Akintola University. She's a lawyer. She has gotten a lot of glowing commendations from lawmakers from her state as well. That brings the number of people who have been screened today to 12. And we're seeing another woman making her way. And I think this is the APC chairwoman, Betta Edu, Dr. Betta Edu, making her way to the podium right now to be screened by the Senate.
Distinguished colleagues, we have a nominee before us and a former woman leader of our great party, or current woman leader of our great party, Dr. Betta Edu. Is there anything you would like the Senate to know about you? Go ahead.
Your Excellency, the distinguished President of the Senate, an uncommon one, His Excellency Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, the leadership of the Senate, distinguished senators, members of the fourth realm, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Betta Edu, and I thank God Almighty and Mr. President, as well as all the distinguished members in this House, for granting me this great privilege to be standing before this great House and Nigerians as a young person, taking up this huge responsibility when I'm confirmed. I am a public health specialist. I had my MBBCH from the University of Calabar, my postgraduate diploma from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, University of London. I also have my MSc from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, University of London. The PhD is from the Texas American University. I was the special advisor to the governor of Cross River State in 2015. In 2016, I became the first Prowner Director General of the Cross River State. I became the Prowner Director General of the Cross River State Primary Healthcare Development Agency, one with which we built from the scratch. In 2019, I became the Commissioner for Health in Cross River State, and I was then elected to become the chairman of all the commissioners of health in Nigeria. Before this announcement, I was the national woman leader of the ruling party, APC. Thank you.
Doctor, well, congratulations on your nomination. Before Asukwa says anything, let me hear from a veteran administrator, His Excellency Benga Daniels.
Our Senate President, very distinguished senators, I am Otumba Engineer Benga Daniel, representing the people of Ogun East Senatorial District. Although I'm not from Cross River State, but I'm very proud to recommend the nominee to my colleagues. I've had the privilege of meeting her about 7-8 years ago. And I was pleasantly surprised because she was, as a matter of fact, my coordinator for that state while I was running for the chairmanship of that other party. And I must say that she coordinated well. But what I wasn't sure of was his background in terms of medicine. And getting closer to her, I discovered that she's one of the Amazons of this country, and I cannot but be thankful to Mr. President for nominating her. I should on my mark. Mr. President, sir, I was also not surprised when he emerged as the national.
You know, she's here as a nominee of the President for the office of Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So whatever she did in the past, representing you in your ambition to be chairman, will not be the issue now. Nigerians want to know what she will bring on the table as a minister. And then you also mentioned that it was 12 years ago. Then when you got very close to her, you now. So please, let's not personalize any issue. Let us limit ourselves to the nominee and why she's here before us in this hallowed chamber. So, you may continue.
It was that impression I was sure that as a nominee, she will carry that kind of efficiency that I've noticed over the years. That is the context in which I was speaking, Mr. President. But not only that, I discovered that she's probably the youngest nominee and also a female. And I think that with this kind of personality, all of us will start appreciating that probably it's time for us to start getting into retirement, because strong, ebullient characters like this are coming into the polity. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
The civil senator, Sani Musa, I know what Asukwa wants to say, so that's why I'm avoiding him.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as chair. My distinguished colleagues, my name is Mohammed Sani Musa, representing Niger East. Nominee, I can see you have a very wonderful CV. And I'm happy that during the pandemic, you were a commissioner in Cross River State. And during that period, it came as a surprise, a big surprise and a big blow to our health sector. Seeing what happened between 2019 to 2021, 2022, when the pandemic was being able to be tackled, what kind of ideas will you bring on table for Nigeria in the health sector to be sure that if anything like that will come again, we'll be able to face it, especially in area of research for vaccines? Thank you.
Please, because she's going to answer questions. He has just asked a question. If anybody wants to make a speech that has to do with accolades, please, you suspend until she answers the real questions. Yes, so distinguished Senator Jaribe, you wanted to answer questions. Is it? Oh. Okay, so you speak last. Senator Ningi.
Mr. President, my name is Senator Ningi, and I represent Bauchi Central, Bauchi State. Mr. President, my question to Dr. Betta. First of all, I would like to, I'm delighted that she's back in Nigeria after studying abroad. But doctor, you will notice that over 60% of Nigerians made doctors that this country has produced. are no longer in our shows. And you have been away, you studied abroad, and you have seen doctors working abroad, and you are back here, and you have seen our doctors working. What will you now say is the reason for most of these doctors leaving? And what will you advise the government going forward? Right now, our doctors are also on strike. How do we make sure that you make our doctors stay in, work for the benefit of Nigerians, and then making sure that the doctors also don't go on strike? When doctors go on strike, it means clearly loss of lives at every given time. If you are made a minister, what do you now tell the president? If you are made a minister in health or in any other ministry, because you are a doctor, what ideas are you bringing to the fore, on the table, in making sure particularly people don't leave this country for other countries to practice? Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Idiot.
The President of the Senate, sitting as chair. My name is Idiat Oloranti Adebole, representing the good people of Lagos West. Dr. Betta, I want to congratulate you. Congratulations on your nomination. However, I have this question for you. We are in a world where social entrepreneurs and non-governmental organizations are increasingly and significantly getting involved in the development of urban communities. How well are you going to use your office to make sure that majority of our women are part of this development of the urban communities? Particularly, as our woman leader in the past, and you have done a very wonderful job being our woman leader, this is another opportunity for you, this is another call for you to put the women appropriately to where they should belong. If you look at the 3 tiers of government, you will realize that we have very few women who are part of governance or government. How best are you going to also use your office to ensure that we have many women in position of responsibility in this country? We have what it takes to be there. We have everything that it takes for women to be up there. How best are you going to continue? I use the word continue purposely. Are you going to continue to ensure that we are where we should be? Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you. Affirmative action.
Distinguished Senator Osita Ngo.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Osita Ngo. I am here on behalf of the people of Enugu West. Congratulations, nominee, for what you have achieved at a very young age. I think the youths of Nigeria should be very proud of you. I ask you just one question. The National Health Insurance Scheme has been existing for more than 15 years. But so far, we have about 10% coverage. What do you think, or how would you, assuming your portfolio is in health, how do you think this can be extended to cover more of Nigerians? And how would we make healthcare service affordable to Nigerians? Thank you very much.
Distinguished Senator Kyari.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Abubakar. I represent people of Zamfara West. Mr. President and Zamfara State, my distinguished colleagues, congratulations, nominee. Looking at your CV, Doctor, I believe strongly you are at bat with the situation of our health institution, being a commissioner of health from Cross Rivers, not only being a commissioner from Cross Rivers, being a chairman or chairperson of commissioners in Nigeria. I believe you have a forum that you are discussing issues regarding health. If your portfolio goes to Ministry of Health, what do you intend to do on area of university teaching hospitals and relation between the university teaching hospital, state hospital, and private hospital, and issue of industrial strike in the area of health sector? One, federal medical centers in the state, almost we have having it everywhere. And if you look at the remuneration of the federal government and remuneration of some of the states are not equal. How do you intend to intervene? Because my little experience in the governance, when we are paying remuneration of the health workers in the states, and before we realize it, both the medical doctors and nurses transfer their service back to the federal medical center and leave the state hospitals empty. How do you intend to work with the state, federal government, private practitioners, and see how we can harmonize their remuneration so as that we can have a better health delivery in that sector? One. Two, most of the services you knew in abroad, given, if you look at it in Nigeria, to some extent, you will be a kind of disappointed. Not that we don't have an intelligent physicians, intelligent doctors, but we are lacking on infrastructure and equipment. In that regard, what do you intend to bring on board to support the health sector to improve in terms of having equipment to work and bringing our doctors like you there in abroad coming back home to serve Nigerians? Thank you very much.
The last but not the least question, Sadiq. Senator Sadiq, you've been raising your hand. Yeah, is it accurate or question? Is it accurate or question? No, if it's accurate, I'm reserving that for the last. Let her answer the questions first before I go to Senator Sukwa and Senator Jaribe. Is it a question?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My distinguished colleagues, Doctor, congratulations. I have a very simple question for you. You are aware, I know you know, that the maternal mortality rate in Nigeria is about 570 per 100,000 live births, correct? And that's the fourth terrible in the whole world. We are fourth. And we know globally the best point of taking care of healthcare delivery is at primary care level, all over the world. For any healthcare system that is successful, the secret is in primary healthcare level. What will be your plan in case you are assigned to the health ministry for the primary healthcare system in this country? Thank you.
So, but I think you should answer those ones, and then if others have. You were prepared for today, right? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, the President of the Senate and distinguished senators, for those wonderful questions. It's a reflection of the commitment of everyone in this Senate to see an improved healthcare system in Nigeria. Indeed, Nigeria should be headed at the speed of light to achieve universal health coverage. That means healthcare for all, irrespective of whether they have the money, they are from any tribe, or they belong to any religion. They should, wherever they are, be able to have access to quality healthcare. For us as a country, we have challenges that stare us in the face, beginning with governance and leadership of the health sector, fragmentation, duplication, wastage of funds, poor coordination amongst key players in the health sector. Nigeria suffers right now from what they call the Japa syndrome, where doctors and other health workers are leaving the country in their drones. The World Health Organization recommendation is that we should have 1 doctor to 600 patients, but in Nigeria it's basically 1 doctor to 5,900 patients, let's say 6,000, which is completely unacceptable and cannot give us a reliable health system. We just went through a pandemic, which probably should have been a great window of opportunity to fix our health sector, but it was not fully utilized. Like you said, 60% of Nigerians, of course, pay out of pocket, and they look forward to a better, more functional health system. What should we be advising and working with our very, very strong, politically conscious president to see that we achieve in the health sector? Number one, I think the beginning of the problem is governance. We must get the right governance and the right structure from the top all the way down to the health facilities. Who are those manning it? Who are the managers? Who are the planners? Is it properly planned? And what are those adjustments and streamlining that needs to happen? Like a distinguished senator rightly said, there are federal medical centers everywhere. There are teaching hospitals everywhere. How functional are they? What quality of service can they offer? As it concerns the health workers that are leaving, a couple of things can be done. Number one, we can change the payment structure for health workers to see that they get better incentives and they can stay on. They are leaving because probably a country like Saudi Arabia promises a greener pasture, and that's why they're leaving. Number two, we can make the environment more conducive for them to stay so that they can thrive and deliver their health services. Number three, it's important for us to create another structure where health workers can be employed outside the direct structure that we have now. In the United Kingdoms, I'll give you an example. You have the doctors who are on locum and they still work in the NHS, and you have the doctors who are employed by the NHS directly. So some are employed through agencies and then some directly. This way you can sip in every single health worker from wherever they are. We need every one of them. I would also want to suggest that as a matter of urgency, our medical institutions across the nation should be improved to train more health practitioners that will go into the system. Beyond this, it's important for Nigeria as a country to concentrate on our health insurance. I'm very happy and I'm very thankful to this legislative house
that you were able to pass the bill to make health insurance mandatory for all Nigerians. Everyone should contribute the little, and we all share the risk and we share the benefits. That way, we can offer free health care to pregnant women and children under 5. That will reduce maternal mortality and reduce under 5 mortality. That way, we can reduce catastrophic expenditure that have sent several families into poverty. I would want to go to the question on the women. Nigerian women need empowerment at all levels, beginning from the grassroots all the way up. I'm very proud of Mr. President that he was able to appoint into his cabinet a good number of women, which is the first start. We want to use this opportunity to plead with the legislative arm that bills that will support and protect the Nigerian women should scale through in the 10th Assembly. That way, it provides a legal framework for women to increase our participation in politics, governance, and leadership. I'll speak briefly on the poor health services, and I would round up at that point. Primary health care is the foundation of any health system in any country, and that's the closest health system to Nigerians, where they live, where they work. And except we fix the primary health care, we cannot achieve universal health coverage. The government, working with the legislative arm, have provided the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. We want that, private sector participation, and indeed, all our development partners to come on board to see that Nigerian primary health care is completely functional, and that will go into the secondary, the teaching hospitals, and specialist hospitals to offer care. Thank you very much, the Senate President and distinguished members.
Distinguished Senator Asuku-Ekpenyong.
Good evening, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, my name is Asuku-Ekpenyong, Senator representing Cross River South. But on this occasion, I'm not speaking just for Cross River South. I'm speaking for my secondary constituency, the young Nigerians. Dr. Betta Edu is a bona fide constituent of mine in that regard. At just 36 years old, she's just about a year younger than me. We served together in the Cross River State Executive Council. She was Commissioner for Health, I was Commissioner for Finance.
No. Are you saying that this Senate should look into the maturity of those who are nominated? That you are how many years? 30 something, and that she's 30 something. So we will look into all that by the time we are doing confirmation. But go on.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Mr. President, like I said, she's a constituent of mine, and I wanted to prove that point. Beyond that, Your Excellency, I have worked with her closely as the Commissioner of Finance when she was Commissioner for Health. In 2020, during the breakout of the coronavirus pandemic, we worked closely where she was the chairman of the COVID-19 task force, and I was the secretary. She's extremely brilliant, very dogged, unwavering on any task that is given to her. She will accomplish it at any time. I want to say that everyone here, at least on this side of the aisle, all 59 of us, know and recognize her as a young woman leader. On the other side, no, it's not about partisan. But on this other side, the other 50 gentlemen, our colleagues on this other side, you know as the woman leader you would like your party to have. I am pleased today that Betta Edu is not a former parliamentarian or a former lawmaker because she didn't have the privilege of taking a bow and going. She has dispatched the questions that have been asked to her with aplomb and to the admiration of this hallowed chamber. I want to say that without further ado, that we please let her take a bow and go. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, my sister, Dr. Betta Edu, distinguished colleagues, thank you very much.
You have actually demonstrated youthfulness in the way you address us. we, your colleagues, we are now ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished Senator Jaribe.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I'm Jaribe, the leader of the caucus, Cross River State Senators Caucus. The nominee before us is a true Cross Riverian, and hers, in this case, is just a case of Rep Sister Lukito. The fact speaks for itself. Going through her CV and how she has adumbrated in response to all the questions put forward to her, I want to crave the indulgence of the Senate that my nominee and our nominee from Cross River State takes a bow and goes. Thank you.
The distinguished Senator Father Honsi, I don't think you have any other thing to add. So because it is the consensus of the Senate that you have answered the questions. If you have answered them well, you will hear on the day of confirmation. But if you did not answer them well, you will also hear from us. So you may now take a bow. Next nominee.
The 13th nominee to be screened by the Senate just walked out of the chambers, Dr. Betta Edu from Cross River State. Pretty young, very interesting, 1986. She was born, she's 36 years old, but public health specialist. Of course, has a PhD from Texila American University. She was essay to the Cross River State Governor on community and primary health care. She's been touted on quite a number of things by the senators in the chamber: women representation, the NHIS, health sector strikes, and she took her time to actually explain a lot of that, talking about the structure of governance in the health sector, payment structure for health workers, and other bills supporting women and how they should scale through in this 10th Assembly. Another woman making her way right now to be screened by the senators at this ministerial screening right here at the National Assembly in Abuja.
Distinguished colleagues, the nominee before us is Imaan Sulaiman-Ibrahim from Nasarawa State. We have your biodata, but if there is anything you would like to do, but if there's anything you would like to add, you can go ahead and use the next few minutes to summarize. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Goodwill Apabio, Your Excellencies, Principal Officers of the Senate, distinguished Senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, good evening. May God's peace and blessings be upon you. It is my honor and privilege to stand before you today. I am Imaan Sulaiman-Ibrahim, FSI, the ministerial nominee from Nasarawa State, North Central of Nigeria. I stand before you today with a deep sense of commitment to duty, a devoted public servant, a selfless daughter of Nigeria, and also an advocate of the well-being of our people and the advancement of our great nation. I am deeply honored and humbled by the trust and confidence reposed on me by our CNC, His Excellency President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Through the nomination to these enviable heights of the ministerial position of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I am grateful for the opportunity to see it as an honor to be considered to serve our country in a capacity that aligns with my life ambition, which is the pursuit for peace, progress, and prosperity of this country. My life and career journey has been guided by a passion for public service and a profound love for our beloved country. Born and raised in Nigeria, I have been fortunate to receive a comprehensive education, including a degree in sociology from the University of Abuja. Subsequently, I earned 2 postgraduate degrees in business administration and management from Webster University, St. Louis, Missouri, their London campus, thus solidifying my expertise in this field. As part of my unending quest for continuous professional development, I went to the National Institute for Security Studies for the Advanced Management Intelligence course, which earned me the Fellow of Security Institute. I'm currently undergoing a doctorate degree with the thesis in Security and Strategic Studies at the prestigious Military University, the Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna. May I kindly state that I've traversed critical public sector institutions that promote human capital development, safeguarding human dignity, and supporting the vulnerable and persons of concerns in Nigeria. I have served as a special advisor on strategic communication with the Minister of State for Education, contributing my expertise to advance educational policies and initiatives. Additionally, I played an instrumental role as a member of the Ministerial State Economic and Investment Advisory Council, contributing to the overall state socioeconomic development and resilience building. My dedication to humanitarian causes and social progress is evident in my contribution as the DG NAPTIP, the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons. During my short stay at the agency, I worked assiduously to strengthen its internal framework, and I repositioned it for an enhanced service delivery of its mandate. Amongst others, the initiative I championed led to upgrading Nigeria from the Tier 2 watch list, which attracts sanctions, to Tier 2, second to the highest ranking by the U.S. Trafficking Report. It is my honor to highlight to this distinguished gathering that in my current role as the Honorable Federal Commissioner of the National Commission for Refugee, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons, I've continued to lead a progressive agenda and a strategic roadmap tagged the Project 5S. The strategic roadmap is an ambitious intervention designed to tackle critical challenges facing persons of concerns and the vulnerable group of persons in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Some of the key achievements based on the implementation of the strategic roadmaps was the passage of the NCFRMI Act of 2022 into law by the distinguished National Assembly after over 14 years of attempt. The feat attained would not have been achieved without the collective collaboration of the National Assembly, and this effort remains commendable. As the law strengthens the national action for protection and assistance of persons of concerns in our beloved country, the Commission also now has a credible and sustainable framework as a national action plan for resource mobilization to implement a series of activities. Distinguished members of the Senate, if confirmed as a minister, my vision is deeply rooted in strengthening systems of protection for the vulnerable, promoting human capital development, supporting efforts aimed at national cohesion and sustainable peace building, and fostering an inclusive society that leaves no one behind in our journey towards a prosperous, united Nigeria. Through collaborative partnership, evidence-based policy making, and relentless commitment to transparency and accountability, I am dedicated to leading a transformative effort that will empower our people, and future generations, which in actualizing Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Mr. President, when confirmed as minister, I look forward to engaging in a constructive collaboration with the National Assembly, drawing from your wealth of experiences and perspective to craft policies that uplift our nation and its citizens. I seek your support, endorsement, and I'm committed to being steadfast in my dedication to duty for the advancement of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, sitting as chair. My name is Mohammed Ogoshionao. I represent Nasarawa South. The nominee before you, or before this chamber, is a seasoned administrator, seasoned civil servant, a self-made woman, very determined to achieve, that has touched the lives of many. Without saying much about her, the three of us from Nasarawa State are unanimous in endorsing her for confirmation. I would love to urge this Senate to please spare her the necessary questions and allow her to take a bow to go. Thank you very much.
Distinguished Senator Babangida.
Thank you, Mr. President and Chair of this distinguished colleagues. I'm Babangida Hussaini, representing the good people of Jigawa Northwest. Colleagues, I have 4 local governments that border Niger Republic. And I want to know from the nominee if she has had the opportunity of traveling to Agadez in Niger Republic. If she has, what will she do if perhaps Mr. President finds it expedient to appoint her as a Minister for Women Affairs? And I believe, having served as the DG of NAPTIP, she knows the matter I'm raising, the issue of our young girls living and practically dying in Agadez in their attempt to cross the Sahara Desert into Europe. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues.
Distinguished Senator Darlington.
Thank you, Mr. President of the Senate and dear colleagues. My name is Darlington Nwokocha. I represent entire Nigeria, but I speak for Abia Central in particular. My dear sister, please, I want to pick just an item from your resume. The first paragraph, you say current position of service, and you say Federal Commissioner, National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons, 2021 till date. I'm concerned about the internally displaced persons because for 8 years plus, I've been in the National Assembly, the Green Chamber, and I know often and not, we always hold 1 minute silence. And this has to do with people, either they have been slaughtered, 1, 2 persons, or several persons, and at the end of the day, they will take their children to these IDP centers. Also, I know quite well that these people in IDP centers, I have attended, I've been a member of ad hoc committees where issues that borders around diverting the materials that's supposed to get to them for their own use, people that are internally displaced by internally well-placed people. And at the end of the day, these reports keep coming. I want to find out, how many IDP centers do we have? How many of them have good quality education for those children that are displaced? Because I know quite well that it's not out of their making. The psychomotor and the psychological displacement at the end of the day puts them in a position that at the end of the day, they may turn to criminals for no just reason that they are theirs. I want to find out how many of those investigations concerning diversion of those food materials by internally well-placed people have you handled? And in what measure and means will you make sure that you provide the necessary education and make sure that all the necessary tools that will protect the provision of those materials that they need will get to them within the real time? Thank you.
The nominee, you may proceed a few answers. Oh, let me just add one. Senator Mongunu, add your question so that she can take it all together.
Distinguished Senate President, distinguished senators, my name is Mohammed Tahir Monguno. I represent Borno North Senatorial District. I am asking this question against the background of the fact that I am coming from Borno North, which is the epicenter of the Boko Haram insurgency and massive displacement of people occasioned by the Boko Haram insurgency. We thank God as a result of the political will, determination, as well as sacrifice and enthusiasm displayed by the Nigerian military. Boko Haram has been decimated, and our people are now returning back to their communities to pick the pieces of their lives. As somebody that has served previously in 2 agencies that are humanitarian related, parabencho, if you are confirmed and Mr. President deemed it fit to force you to the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, what steps are you going to take with a view to assisting our people that have been earlier displaced but are now returning back to their respective communities? What steps are you going to take with a view to giving them succor and ameliorating their life so that they can pick the pieces of their lives? Thank you.
Yes, the nominee, you may answer those questions whilst we await others.
The President of the Senate, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the migration problems in Nigeria are multidimensional, evolving, and dynamic. And that also describes the kind of migration issues we have with the Republic of Niger. We have Nigerian refugees. The majority of the Nigerian refugees are in the Republic of Niger. We also have issues of irregular migration, human trafficking, smuggling of migrants. Also in Niger, we have a clearing center that hosts predominantly Nigerians that have been evacuated from Europe and are in that center awaiting clearance to come back to Nigeria. We do not have a budget line for repatriation in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's something that we must consider because presently we rely on the IOM to bring back our citizens home. In demonstrating commitment, we have to work with border communities. We have to work with host communities, and we have to work with these countries, these border countries, to ensure that we have a comprehensive plan and a mutual legal agreement around our migration issues. In my response to the second questions, on the number of IDPs or IDP centers in the Federal Republic of Nigeria is a bit clandestine because of the way it happens. Our migration problems is as a result of man-made disasters, which are the conflicts, the banditry, terrorism, and also the natural disasters, which we cannot control, climate change, which is predominantly our problem. After the flood of the end of last year, we doubled the number of IDPs from about 3-point-something million to over 5 million IDPs. That is an issue of concern. As a country, we're very good in responding to emergencies, but we're not very good in addressing consequences or root causes. And it's something that we must do collectively as a people. Predominantly of our IDPs are in host communities. We do have camps, but we try to discourage camps. But the National Commission for Refugee Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons is a durable solution agency. NEMA handles the relief materials, but the Refugee Commission, we handle the reintegration, rehabilitation, and resettlement of displacements in Nigeria. And we ensure that we make use of scarce resources, which are hardly available. In my response to the third question, I'm excited to tell you that Borno State government has a 25 years plan for the rehabilitation of persons of concerns. And if I have the opportunity, I will align to that plan and will support other states to come up with their own plan. There's no state in the Federal Republic of Nigeria that doesn't have displacement issues or migration issues or their own persons of concerns due to various reasons. Given the opportunity, we'll be able to address the major challenges around that sector, namely the issue of data. We're addressing issues for human beings. We must have data, and also the issue of cohesion and coordination, and also the issue of multi-stakeholder engagement. I thank you so much.
So, our dear nominee, you've answered a lot of questions, but I would like to ask you just the last one. You were in charge of NAPTIP, National, what? Huh? For
NAPTIP is the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons. So it's the only agency in Nigeria, the law enforcement agency that safeguards human rights in Nigeria. They're also the custodians of the VAP Act. So we have two acts domiciled with the NAPTIP.
How successful will you say you were in coping the incidents of human trafficking when you had the opportunity? Because you have answered the one on being a federal commissioner in respect of refugees, migrants, and internally displaced persons. But as chairperson of NAPTIP, what can you just point out were your major achievements, or can you give us a percentage of the success rates of NAPTIP under you?
Mr. President, when I arrived in NAPTIP, we lost most of our partnerships due to the way we handled them in the past. No country can fight human trafficking in isolation because it's a cross-border offense. I was in NAPTIP for only 6 months, but before I left, I had regained almost 99% of our partnerships. I had been able to gain partnerships confidence. They gave us cases. We have mutual legal agreements with the Europe and with other countries that have human trafficking challenges. Nigeria is a country of destination, transit, and also country of origin. And that's why our migration situation is very complex. But I think the major achievement from my stay in NAPTIP is the repositioning of the agency, making sure that the staff were committed to serving. When I got there, there was very low morals, and then the staff didn't feel appreciated, especially because their welfare packages were low. But I was able to kind of excite them. I was able to build team spirit, and I was able to even spread into states, because you can't fight human trafficking without being present. So we're able to spread into states, work with state government, form state task forces, because this would entail all the players around addressing that challenge for communities being in that task force. We're able to inaugurate about 18 of them. We're able to work with states to sign the Child Rights Acts, the VAP Acts. We're able to also get the Nigerian rating, the US trafficking rating from Tier 2, watch list to Tier 2, which saves us from getting sanctions or suspensions. Thank you, Mr. President.
So during that period, do you recall any madam in Italy, or any madam in Paris, or any madam in Poland being prosecuted as a result of not just trafficking? They carry teenagers and underage children to Congo, Brazzaville, and other places under the guise of going to give them education, but they put them under pains of prostitution and debase womanhood. Do you remember your organization prosecuting some of those madams? You know what I mean? The queen pins in the trade.
At the end of my stay at NAPTIP, we were able to prosecute over 300 cases. The most significant one, or the most celebrated one, was was that of one madam in the UK, because it was in collaboration with the British government. She was prosecuted from the UK, The crime she committed was in Germany, and her assets are still undergoing confiscation. And she was being caught in Edo State, partnering with Interpol and other relevant agencies.
I did not want to mention Edo State because of Oshimole, but now I think you can take a bow. Take a bow. Leader of the Senate.
Well, Mr. President, very distinguished senators, having gone very far dealing with some of the issues on our order paper, and in order to allow time for our distinguished colleagues to study the rest of the curriculum vitae being brought in, I would move that we suspend other items on the order paper, and of course that we step them down till the next legislative day. And well, I guess may I move first that the Senate revert back to plenary for the chairman to report progress.
The minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will rise to second the motion moved by the leader of the Senate that the Senate hereby resolve back to plenary to report.
The motion has been moved and seconded. Those who are in support that the Senate reverts to plenary to report progress, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
All right. And with that, we come to the end of today's screening of ministerial nominees right here at the Senate. We just listened there to Sulaiman-Ibrahim from Nasarawa State, former Director General of NAPTIP, of Federal Commissioner, National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons, speaking up there about quite a number of things, prosecutions while she was DG of NAPTIP, migration issues, and other questions around IDPs and, of course, diversion of materials meant for IDPs. That brings the number of ministerial nominees who have been screened today to 14. We do hear that we will be continuing the screening exercise tomorrow right here at the Senate chambers in the National Assembly in Abuja. And with that, we come to the end of today's broadcast on the screening exercise. My name is Kayla Megwa. We now return you to Lagos for regular programming.
Distinguished colleagues, the Senate in the Committee of the Whole considered the request of Mr. President's Commander-in-Chief for the confirmation of nominees, of some nominees, for appointment as ministers of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. About 14 nominees answered questions from distinguished senators on a number of topical issues, and thereafter the Senate deferred the issue of further approvals to the next legislative date. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Having exhausted all items on the order paper, the Senate is hereby adjourned to Tuesday, the first day of August 2023 at 11 a.m. prompt.
Key encounter in Brisbane, the Nigerians came closest to making the breakthrough when Courtney Brosnan pushed Uchenna Kanu's header onto the crossbar with a stunning save. Nigeria will face the winners of Group D in Brisbane, which could be England if they draw or beat China on Tuesday. Knowing a draw would be enough to progress, Nigeria seemed content to sit deep in their own half, but the Super Falcons almost took the lead when Louise Quinn gave the ball away and Isato Shola raced clear, but the Barcelona forward could only fire wide when most of the stadium expected the net to bulge. Ireland, whose first World Cup goal came courtesy of Captain McCabe against Canada, looked the more likely side to break the deadlock.